to give less notice than we normally do.
Sure. Okay.
So my comment is we had 3 dates scheduled for budget next week. So most of us have those dates cleared in our calendar, except Wednesday we have a policy admin. So we, in theory, should have Monday and Tuesday available if we wanted to meet.
Well, frankly, I think we have to convene the meeting before we consider such things. Okay, can't do it outside a meeting. I see the chairs of other committees nodding their heads. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. I've got a couple of things I want to just make clear. Note that this meeting is being streamed and Zoomed, okay? So potentially more public attention than I can ever remember, okay? So the other thing is, when you vote, can you hold your hand up next to your head and hold your hand up until the clerk, yes, well, that is probably uncalled for. So until the clerk announces the result of the vote, she and I will both be counting and we'll probably agree, hopefully 100% of the time. But usually it's the clerk has the final word in these things. So you can understand why I want to do it that way, okay? Because we're going to have multiple votes, many more votes than even occur at a council meeting on a bad night, okay? So so now we have the approval. The second item is approval of the agenda, and the agenda minus the item that about the planning advisory, right? We have to, yes, Ms. Clerk, how do you want to handle it?
Mr. Chair, so we do need, it is included on the addendum. There is the consideration of the additional applications for working groups and some technical representatives. So there are a number of items on the addendum. So if we could approve the agenda with the addendum.
Okay, with the addendum. Councillor Stroud, are you moving that? Okay. I can't understand a word. I'm assuming you're saying yes.
I can move it, but then I want to propose a slight alteration to the agenda.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
So is it on the floor then?
Well, I need a seconder. I need a seconder for the agenda. Councillor Kiley. Okay. Now, Councillor.
Okay. Yes. So I was going to say it's important for us to get this right, and the densest part of the meeting is the dozens of KEDCO applications and the number of KEDCO appointments, and it's on first on the agenda, and I think that that's a mistake, because if we do get into a situation where there's time pressure on this meeting, we might not get to all the other boards. So I think it makes most sense to move the KEDCO item to the end of the agenda.
It's difficult. I don't know. I find it. That's up to the committee.
I'm not asking for your opinion, Mr. Chair. I'm making a motion.
Yeah.
I'm seconding it. You can debate it now, Chair.
Okay. Are there any comments on this from the committee? Councillor Carley.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'm just hoping that if this is the case, we could keep the delegation where it is and that we wouldn't move debate, or sorry, their presentation. We could debate it later. That's fine with me, but just out of respect for the folks who are here, they could say what they need to, and then we can talk about it later.
And if we're proposing to move it, well, I've got a comment on this, but anybody else wish to comment on the motion of the order of the agenda? Councillor Doherty.
Happy to move it. It makes sense, but I do agree that we listen to the delegates first.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, Councillor Chappelle?
I just want to say that, am I on mute? I just want to say that last year we did the same thing to allow Councillor Stroud to participate in that he was working late. He wanted to speak to KEDCO because it was a comprehensive file, and we did it last year. So precedent has been set that the KEDCO would be discussed in the meeting.
Well, it's always in order to change the order of the agenda. Let's see. I didn't quite understand the comment about the number of people being appointed, since we need 10, I think, for MAC and 4 for KEDCO. So I'm not quite sure how that falls. So now, okay, so what we need is, where are you going to move it to? Councillor Straub.
As in the physical location, to just, here, let me pull up the agenda. So we've got business A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and business B, which is the technical representatives. So I would say we move it to, we just move number 1 to after number 12. Is my motion, and to the point of number 2, which is 15 appointments, I'd be happy to move that one to the same spot if someone else wants to move that. To your point, the rest of the appointments, except for taxi commission, which is 5, is 1 or 2 or 3 appointments. So I guess what I'm really saying is we should do the ones that are 1, 2, or 3 first. But my motion was just to move number 1 to become a new number 12, I guess.
Okay, so if that's the rationale, may I suggest that you amend it to include item 2 as well?
Sure. So with the committee's indulgence, number 1, number 2, and number 5 to be moved to be taken from the top of the agenda and become items 13, 14, 15.
Why item 5?
Sorry, item 4, I meant taxi commission.
Why?
I was just trying to be consistent, but
okay.
Maybe we should, maybe it's simpler is just to do one move at a time. It's simpler that way. So I'm just going to stick back to my original motion to move number 1 to number 13.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If we're going to reorder the agenda, we really should do it at the outset of the meeting.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're doing right now.
Okay,
Right.
I thought I had heard a suggestion that it be done one at a time.
No, I think Councillor Straub meant he wanted to go back to his original motion to move KEDCO.
What I mean is one motion to move items at a time. It's too complicated otherwise. So that's it. My motion stands. Move number 1 to become number 13. 7A1 to 7A13.
Yeah, sure. I think that's understandable. All right. All those in favor of the change in the order of the agenda as cited? All those not in favor? So now the question arises as to the rest of the order of the agenda. Councillor Chappelle, go ahead, then Councillor Doherty.
Move that we just proceed with the rest of the agenda the way it's set out.
Okay, you don't need to move that, but that's your suggestion. Okay. Councillor Doherty.
If we want to achieve what Councillor Stroud was trying to achieve, then I'm happy to move that we move the second item. The taxi commission, although it has 5, doesn't need to be moved because it's going to be a simple discussion. I know that because I'm on the commission, so it's pretty straightforward. So, but if we
So
can,
you would need to make a motion to that effect.
happy to move. Okay, hold on. What number was it? It wasn't 2. I have to look.
Yeah, it is 2.
Okay, move
One
2
now.
then down to turn
Okay.
that into 14, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Second,
Seconded.
Councillor Stroud. Okay. I would comment that this is complicated by the fact that it also depends on how many applicants there are, not how many appointments there are. So that's one of the reasons I'm voting against these, okay? I don't think you're gaining much. So more comments on the amendment to reorder the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of the second motion? All those opposed? Okay. All right, so it's changed, that passed. So we will, now we've got to go, where are we going? So did you get that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chair.
All right, so we're going to move on here. Item 3 is confirmation of the minutes.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
we've passed 2 amendments. We haven't actually approved the agenda as amended.
you're right. Okay, all those in favor of the agenda as amended? Okay, all right. Okay, now confirmation of the minutes of the nominations committee meeting of June 8, 2020. Councillor Neal will move that. Seconder, Councillor Chappelle. All right, all those in favor? Okay, that's done. Any, item 4, disclosure of pecuniary interest. Any? Seeing none, we're moving on. Delegations, we have 1 from the Kingston Economic Development Corporation. And so they can make their presentation now if they wish. I see that the CEO.
Good evening, Nominations Committee. Thank you so much for entertaining our delegation from the Kingston Development Corporation. I have with me this evening our Vice Chair, John Sheridan, and Director Yafan Hong. The 2 gentlemen sit on our HR Nominations Committee and reviewed the applications received by the City Clerk last week and undertook interviews with a number of candidates based on a skills matrix that the board uses to identify gaps needed within the board structure. So I'd like to turn it over to John Sheridan, who can speak to the process and the letter which I believe you received from the clerk.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
And I am on video. I guess you can't see me though.
That's correct.
So I guess you don't need to see me. You've got enough complexities there. Oh,
Oh, there you are.
there I am. Thanks. You've got your hands full tonight, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I would say so.
So, and you've got a long agenda by the sound of it. But I would like to take 2 or 3 minutes up front to talk about a little bit on the context of where KEDCO is at and the selection process that we used. And I promise I'll be brief, but I think the context setting is important. As you know, it's really a critical time for the KEDCO organization supported by its board. With COVID, we have businesses in crisis. The council is well aware of that and working with that. So in that world, we think continuity at the board level is very important. On the other hand, though, we're about to embark on an integrated strategic plan, integrated hand in hand with the city. And it's a bold plan, it's an aggressive plan. And for that plan to be executed successfully, we think we need some new talent coming to the board, new expertise. So we're looking for a balance here between continuity and new members coming on. So secondly, the selection process we use, just to give you a sense there of the governance and the diligence, we appointed a committee of the board that Donna just mentioned. That committee reviewed about 45 applications, so it was a lengthy process. We narrowed the applications down to a short list of 4 based on the criteria that we had outlined before that. We had comprehensive interviews with each of the 4 candidates. We then ranked and rated the candidates. So it was really quite a thorough process, and I'd like to make sure the councillors are aware of that and comfortable with that. And I think it's a process comparable to used by many boards, larger organizations. So I think that was well managed. Now, the specific recommendations, finally, we think we can satisfy this balancing act between continuity and new blood, new talent as follows. We have 4 directors who are up for confirmation of their terms. 3 of those we're recommending would stay on the board. David Carnegie, the chair, we think it's key he stays on to provide transitional support for the new chair. Jillian Waters and Lindsay, we think the remainder of their term, they're going to take on executive positions on the board going forward. Now, Bill Durnford, who served the board very well for a number of years, has volunteered to step down with a year remaining on his term, so that would create an opening for a new director. And Judith Pino, who has served the board for many years, completes her term and she'll be stepping down. So long way of saying we've got opportunities for 2 new directors. Through the interviewing process, through the selection process I described, we feel very fortunate that we've got 2 stellar director candidates to join the board. We feel all in all, there's 4 that we interviewed who would qualify for the board and make a real contribution, but 2 that we ranked as number 1 and 2 stellar candidates, and Vivian Scott, the CEO of Kinarm Technologies, and Kathy Wilson, Senior Vice President of the Parsons Corporation. So as you'll see, or you hopefully have seen in the memo we provided, the nominations committee provided a resolution to the full board. All the members of the board supported that resolution to appoint these 2 new board members that I just mentioned. Just for clarity's sake and completeness, so 3 of the board members recused themselves, our chairman Carnegie, Wise, and Waters, for the reasons that I mentioned, given that they're involved. But beyond those 3 recusals, the board unanimously approved the resolution, including the 3 councillors on the board and Mayor Patterson on the board. Thanks for your time. I just wanted to sketch out that context.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the delegate? Councillor Chappelle.
Can you tell me about the criteria that you were looking for that you felt you were missing on the current board?
Councillor Chappelle, as you saw with the draft strategic plan, key focus areas going forward to build clusters over time for future economic growth are in the health-related sector and in advanced manufacturing. So we're looking for people that had backgrounds in those areas.
And just with respect to the continuity component of your board, these board members were on the board when KEDCO failed to deliver the strategic plan over a year ago?
We could get into a long debate at that point. As you know, that's not that simple. KEDCO did not fail to deliver a strategic plan. The city came forward with a proposal to develop a new integrated strategic plan with significant outreach as part of that plan. So we pivoted to develop the plan that way. We didn't fail to provide a strategic plan.
Any other questions, Councillor Doherty?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your presentation. There were a lot of, like, we have amazing talent in Kingston. I was so impressed when I went through the 1100 pages of applications, all in all, for all the different committees. But there were a lot of very, very strong applicants for KEDCO. You mentioned that these are, different times. We need to move and shake things up a little bit. And I wonder, I do understand the continuity. I think that's an important part. But if you were to keep the chair and change up 4 of the committee board members, would you see that would create a lot of problems? Or you could see that could be a doable thing because of the quality of candidates that might come your way? Because creativity is very, very important, I think, at this time too.
It's a good question, Councillor Doherty. And first of all, I agree with you. The strength of the candidate pool this year was amazing. So we were really pleased to see that. And as you'll note in the memo we provided, we did provide an outline of the backgrounds of the other 2 candidates on our short list. And again, they could be significant additions to the board as well. So that's where we came back to your question of continuity. And part of the continuity balance recognizes there'll be 2 new councillor members of the board this year. So that's already 4 new changes to the board. So it's a judgment call. It's hard to give you a very specific black and white answer, but we feel with 2 new councillors, we feel with the 2 new independent directors, 4 new people on that board, that would be a pretty good balance between new blood, new ideas, and continuity.
Thank you.
Councillor Stroud.
Mr. Sheridan, thank you for your submission. You may or may not know, I've been the chair of 2 city committees for the 6 years I've been on council. And it's never occurred to me, I know you're the vice chair, and this doesn't apply to you specifically, but it's never occurred to me as the chair to give my opinion about who should be the members of the future committee that I'm the chair of. I'm just wondering if you have any understanding of the position it puts us in as members of representing members of the public to either endorse or not endorse selected members of a board, essentially asking us to, just regardless of who the people are and what their qualifications are, and we could agree on that part, but what about the optics of appointing people suggested to us by the current board members? Do you not see as members, as representing elected members, representing the public, that puts us in a difficult position?
Councillor Stroud, I'm not sure I fully understand the concern, but I've got a lot of board experience. I've served on about 30 boards, including 12 major corporate boards and a number of public boards. I serve on the board of a major public organization now. We've just gone, it's a national board. We've just gone through the same type of process. So I think in terms of the director responsibility to look broadly at the benefits of the organization and the needs and the weaknesses of the organization, I think directors have that capability to make that assessment and make that recommendation. Obviously, though, the process is such that the final decision is made by you and your peers. So what we're providing, we think, is balanced, well thought out input for you.
If I may further John's comment.
Wait a minute.
It's out of order for Mr. Gillespie to speak.
Yeah. I've dealt with that. Go ahead.
Okay. I just was really, curious whether you're aware of the position it puts us in, and I don't think it's a difficult to understand. The members of the public elect us to make these decisions objectively and in their best interest. And what it appears in this case is that there might be a conflict between what is in the public's best interest and what is in the individual board member's best interest. And that's what I'm saying, that quandary that we're in. So do you understand it if I put it that way?
I may be a bit slow tonight, or maybe it's the media here. I really don't. These are volunteer board positions where you've got community leaders, business people spending their time for the benefit of the organization to serve the city. So I don't see any bias in terms of what one board member feels about other boards. We're making a.
Okay. Now, I see the hands going up, but Ms. Gillespie had her hand up first, so I'm going to go to her. Can you hear me, Ms.?
Point of order. This is questions to the delegation. This is not another delegation.
It's not the same. It's the same organization.
So you're saying that Ms. Gillespie is to answer my question?
She's offering to increase the amount of information going to the committee.
My question was to Mr. Sheridan. It was not to Mr. Gillespie. Thank you.
Yes, but your question becomes the property of the committee once you utter it. So you don't get to own your own question once you.
An employee of the organization is not in the position to answer my question.
I don't know that because I haven't heard from her. So I'm calling on her if she's willing to speak. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchison. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to cite the bylaws of the corporation, which might illuminate your question, Councillor Stroud. Under Section 8, election and term, number B, states that 8 directors at large, none of whom shall be members of Kingston Municipal Council, are to be recommended by the Nominations Committee of the corporation to the City of Kingston Nominations Committee and approved by the City of Kingston Municipal Council. So we are following the bylaw process in putting a recommendation forward to your committee.
Okay, now, I believe it's Councillor Neal and Councillor Stroud, you're finished with your questions.
Thank you.
No,
then?
Actually, I have a follow-up. Sorry, Councillor Neal.
No problem.
Question to the response just given. Ms. Gillespie, could you read that bylaw again, please?
Certainly. So it's Section 8, election and term, Clause B, regarding directors at large. 8 directors at large, none of whom shall be members of Kingston Municipal Council, as recommended by the Nominations Committee of the corporation, to the City of Kingston Nominations Committee and approved by the City of Kingston Municipal Council.
So that the nominations committee in that bylaw is the KEDCO nominations committee?
Correct. So initially it would be a recommendation of the corporation's nomination committee coming to the City of Kingston's nomination committee to then be approved by City Council.
So then, thank you for pointing that out. So then I would suggest that it is that bylaw is the source of the of questions. And actually, that worsens the situation. If that's in your bylaws, then it is a permanent source of friction for the Nominations Advisory Committee of Council.
Councillor Stroud, I'm going to go to the clerk in 1 minute. Then I haven't forgotten you, Councillor. Okay. The city agreed to this. Okay, let's be clear. Okay, like city, Madam Clerk, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to voice a reminder that there are limited 2 questions per member to the delegation.
Fair enough. fair enough. I think that was really two questions.
What is going on? No, the delegation volunteered to answer an additional question. That is not subject to the limit on questioning. And a follow-up question is going.
Councillor Stroud, I allowed you to ask the question, so, you know, it's time to be happy. So, Councillor Neal.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm a little troubled by the wording of the bylaws that are the bylaws for KEDCO, only in that it presumes that this body and then council will rubber stamp whatever you bring to us. That I don't.
Councillor Neal, Councillor Neal, I have to interrupt you. It doesn't presume it. It's possible.
Excuse me. Do you mind if I complete my question?
Okay.
Which wasn't to you, with all due respect.
Okay.
Thank you. So I appreciate that you've come a long way from where we were all 4 or 5 years ago. But the reality is that with all 1,100 pages of our agenda tonight, the expectation is that this committee, which is a committee of duly elected councillors appointed by council, will make the final decision. And that we don't kind of hand over or use or give up our rights to represent our constituents in this whole process. We don't do it with any of the dozen or so committees. So my question is your expectation that the city will automatically endorse whatever recommendations you bring to this committee? And I believe that's probably a question for Ms. Gillespie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. That's a good question, Councillor Neal. I believe we were fulfilling our process in terms of the board nomination committee of KEDCO making its recommendation with a board motion to your city nominations committee. So we fulfilled our bylaw requirement. We would not want to overstep, but we would hope that you would take Mr. Sheridan and Mr. Hong's comments into consideration as to why the board nominations committee put forward the slate it did.
I can't speak for all of my colleagues here, but I will take every application that's brought to us under consideration.
Mr. Neal, this is not a question. You gotta have a question.
She was just completing the question that I had asked her.
Okay. The answer to your question is no. City Council has the final say. We've gone through this, I don't know how many times at council. And the nominations committee can be overruled by council.
Absolutely.
Let's be clear about what happens here, right? So
absolutely.
That's why I interrupted before. I apologize for that, but I interrupted before because we were arriving at the same place. What happens is KEDCO has a process, which I believe the city agreed to, okay, years ago. And they're just doing what has happened with other committees. Mac used to come forward and say who they wanted. There have been other ones since I've been on council. Now, mostly they don't, okay? Mostly they don't, but KEDCO has a whole process, which is in the bylaws, and they have to carry it out. And then it comes to us and we make our decisions, and then council makes their decisions. Often they're one and the same thing.
Point of order, please.
Yes.
MAC is a very poor comparison. MAC is a provincially mandated committee that all municipalities have to have. And there's a criteria established in the legislation that MAC the city has to abide by. That's very, very different than our relationship with KEDCO. I just want to point that out.
But what you just
Mr.
said has
Chair.
nothing to do with the appointment of the people who are on MAC or any other committee.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
could I just make one very brief response to Councillor Neal about the expectation of rubber stamping? Again, that is not our expectation whatsoever. In fact, if you have a chance to read the memo, if you haven't done so already, we're recommending the two individuals that we think would provide new skills, great expertise, and help us improve the gender balance. But also, we outline the background of two other candidates, which this committee may or may not want to consider. So there was no expectation of a rubber stamp.
I can assure you, I've read
Thank you.
the report.
okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Ms. Gillespie or Mr. Sheridan. It was mentioned that the applicants that are put forward by your organization tonight dovetail with some of council's strategic priorities and strategic directions. I'm wondering if you could talk to us a bit more about that, please.
That's directed to you, Mr. Sheridan.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Councillor Kiley. Again, one of the focus areas going forward in this integrated strategic plan of the city and KEDCO is to leverage the tremendous resources the city has in healthcare. But that could be in a variety of different areas related to health sciences, diagnostics, new algorithms, AI in healthcare. So we really need people that have worked in that field in very specialized areas. So that is where Ann Vivian Scott's background comes in as CEO of Kinarm Technology. She's been there for a number of years. Prior to that, she worked with Queens. Prior to that, she worked with Partech. She helped commercialize a number of initiatives, intellectual property out of Queens. So she's got extensive experience in startup innovation ecosystems in Kingston, a number of which in the specialized health related areas. Kinarm itself is in the area of new measurement technology and algorithms on brain function. So very, very specialized technology. The other area we're focusing together with the city is advanced manufacturing, which I think you're aware of, Councillor Kiley. And we think Kathy Wilson could bring a lot to the table in that area as Senior Vice Presidents at Parsons Corporation. One of the things too that we're looking at as well within this new strategic plan, this integrated strategic plan, is opportunities for businesses in Kingston to do well internationally and attract international investment to Kingston. And Kathy Wilson has worked extensively internationally in China, in Taiwan, in Japan, and a number of other countries. So those are some of the elements that we think these two individuals will really help in this new integrated strategic plan.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate the response.
Any other questions of the delegation? Councillor Chappelle. Although, wait a minute, did you not ask questions before?
Question is for the clerk.
Sorry?
The question is for the clerk.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
The issue is the terms that were outlined were not discussed. Is there a requirement to have terms of 1, 2, and 3 years, or is that just the methodology of staggering?
Thank you very much for the question, and through the chair. The initial term when this was first started was staggered terms of 1, 2, or 3 years to avoid sort of a wholesale turnover of committee members. After the initial appointments, it's now a standard term of 3 years.
So what you're suggesting then is the term would extend beyond the current council term?
Yes, and that is appropriate. and acceptable for an arm's length board. It is not something we would do for a committee of council. KEDCO is an arm's length board. Rules are different.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So any other questions of the delegation, excuse me? Not seeing any. I thank you, Mr. Sheridan, Ms. Gillespie, for your presentation. And we'll move on with the meeting. 6 briefings, of which we have none. 7 is the consideration of applications for the various committees. The first one is appeals. And I'm going to be making, suggestions about how to speed this up. If you don't like it, you'll tell me, right? So in this case, starting off with appeals, I'm the chair of that committee. 2 of the people have been in the position of the incumbents, Ms. Robert Knox, number 6, and number 13, Todd Storms, have been in the position for a year, and they're doing fine. And Ms. Willis, that's number 16. She has a lot of experience. She did it in Toronto, and so she's a very good member. She's very incisive and to the point, and remembers all the things that need to be done. So I'm recommending that we just approve the incumbents, and because that will help with the efficient running of the committee. It takes a bit to understand what goes on in the committee, and like all the committees, but in this one in particular, it does have a legal aspect to it. Councillor Doherty, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate your comment. When I read through the applications, in fact, those 3, I didn't pay attention who were the incumbents, but their resumes spoke for themselves, and I had them on my short list as well. So I think for me, that makes it easy. You're on the committee, you do know best. So I would support that for sure.
Councillor Kiley. Oh, point of order, Councillor Kiley?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I kind of lost track of how we move the agenda. What committee are we on?
Committee of Appeals.
Okay, thanks.
I believe that's where we should be, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, you're correct. Mr. Chair, you are correct.
Thank you. Councillor Stroud. Oh, incidentally, just replying to Councillor Doherty. If you agree with that, you can make a motion as we've done in the past. And we just approve the 3 and then we move it or not, but we can approve the 3 and then we just move on to the next committee. Okay, Councillor.
I am happy to move that motion. However, Councillor hand up and maybe others would like to say something first.
Okay, sure. We'll do it that way. That's fine. Councillor Stroud.
Yeah, I'll be brief. So the rules of order, Mr. Chair, is if you are speaking to the item, you need to give up the chair to the vice chair. You shouldn't be giving your opinion on the appointees when you're speaking as chair, which is what you just did. You did say, if we don't like it, we can say so. That's what I'm doing. I would say procedurally, as we move through this, you, Councillor Hutchison, have full same weight and same opportunity to speak as the rest of the members of the committee, but you shouldn't be doing it from the chair.
Okay.
Because
I accept that. I was just trying to speed things along because we have a long agenda. And I've done this in the past. I'm just saying, I've done this in the past, no complaints. So I was just doing it again because to some extent, speed is of the essence. Okay.
No, I fully understand it. I got that.
So I'm not going to repeat that. I'm going to do what you said. Okay.
And then other than that, I would be happy to support Councillor Doherty's motion.
Okay. Okay, we have to come back to Councillor Doherty, and that's just the way it happened. And Councillor Neal, as soon as we get this on the floor, I'll come back to you, okay? The Councillor Doherty, do you want to make the motion? Whoop, whoop. We can't hear you.
Now you can.
Yeah. Now.
I would like to move a motion that we accept the 3 incumbents, Robert Knox, Todd Storms, and Hillary Willis.
Need a seconder? Think, well, Councillor Stroud already volunteered, but thank you, Councillor Kylie. I think that's what that hand sign meant. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Now I'm going to make. I don't think it helps us to be really strict about the rules of order here, but because Councillor Neal had something you wanted to say. Go ahead.
Thank you. I've been on nominations for too many years, and I do, in fact, defer to chairs of various committees to get feedback. My only reluctance with always accepting when you have 3 positions and you accept 3 incumbents is that we've called for people to apply, and 16 people for this particular one have applied. And there is no, if we routinely always support the incumbents, 2 things happen. Suddenly, we don't have continuity because they perchance end up with their 6-year maximum term that all comes up at the same time, which can be problematic. The other thing is, I think if I was applying for positions and right from the start, it wasn't a real position, I think that I'd find that very, very frustrating. So I'll listen to the other debate. In fact, the 3 people that have been moved were 3 of the top 4 that I had selected with this committee. But I'm just saying, from a process perspective, it can be problematic if we just keep rubber stamping incumbents on all of the committees. We don't get the fresh blood we need. So, thank you.
Okay, that's fair enough. I think the committee understands that. Thank you. Councillor Chappelle.
My question is actually relates quite closely to what Councillor Neal is discussing. I've heard complaints of people applying for positions and not even getting a response back from the city for that matter, which is something perhaps this committee should be addressing. But what I wanted to know is these incumbents that are moving forward. I know Mr. Knox, I think, was new first, this is his first term, but if you could just identify how long each of these have served, that'd be great.
I would have to, I know that, at least I'm of my memory as a councillor, no, Mr. Knox and Mr. Storms have been there for 1 year, but I'll ask the clerk to confirm, and Ms. Willis, I think is like about 3 years or something.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I am familiar with this committee. It's my understanding that Ms. Wallace would be entering her last year on the appeals committee before she would hit the 6-year term.
She, okay.
Based on our earlier conversation with another clerk, I feel that that is fairly accurate.
Okay, and the other 2 are 1 each, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right. So there's the answer to your question, Councillor Chappelle. So I'm sure we will not be doing this for every committee by a long shot. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor that nominates Mr. Knox, Mr. Storms, and Ms. Wallace. So I'm going to call the vote. Oh, are you voting, Councillor Storm? You got a question?
I have a question for the clerk. Mr. Thompson, so to Councillor Neal's point about a bunch of people hiring at the same time, does this committee, I think this should be one of our questions. Maybe the clerk can introduce native candidates in that fashion. How many spots we're filling and how many are set to expire at the same time? Because if we want to have it a rotating system where you never lose the whole board at once or a big chunk of it at once, we need to be aware of these things. Yes, go ahead.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the councillor. This is a possibility with this committee on any given year. The reason for that is because the appointments are made annually. So on any given year, there could be a wholesale exchange of committee members on this committee, whether they've been here for 1 year or 6 years. Similar situations exist for RAC, for example, the Rural Advisory Committee, because they're appointed for the term of council. So some committees have staggered terms, some don't. The ones that do have a greater likelihood, I would suggest, of the possibility of like I say, a wholesale turnover.
Okay, but it would be the case if multiple incumbents were reaching their 6-year limit. So can we just know which how many? I know we've covered some of this. Can we just have it said for the 3 incumbents how many years they've served?
I believe Mr. Thompson said that Robert Knox and Todd Storms have served 1 year. Hillary Wallace will if she's reappointed for this year, would be her 6th and final year.
Okay, so we need to. So next year we won't have the option of reappointing that incumbent, and there will be a turnover. Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
Mr. Tom, okay. I didn't know if you were coming on to say something. Okay, so the motion is in front of us. All those in favor? Okay, and that passes unanimously. And we will now move on to, I believe, the Taxi Commission. I don't think we moved it, actually, after Councillor Doherty informed us about what's going on there. So we need to appoint 5 people. This is one of the cases where it turns over whether we like it or not. So Councillor Doherty, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So the Taxi Commission actually spent a lot of time talking about this very issue, and it is one of their biggest challenges. And so the committee, for the very first time, and it's interesting because we had that conversation with KEDCO, but for the very first time, you notice that at the bottom of our scheduled paper that the Taxi Commission actually wrote a letter to the nomination committee asking if the incumbents could remain on the Taxi Commission so that we don't have a total turnaround and all new commissioners. That's not a benefit commission. So there are 3 incumbents that are running again. That's Jim Allen, Chloe Drager, Catherine Moulton, and they've done a really fantastic job, and they've really have put a lot of effort into the committee, and their work is not finished yet. So I really hope that you could support them. And then I've picked 2 other people. We didn't have that many applications. It really stood out with strong skills sets, one with human resource skills, the other one with policy skills. And so that's Greg Annan and Andrew Duncan. So they were my choices that I would like to, I'll certainly be nominating.
Okay, that's good. Any other nominations from the committee? Councillor Chappelle.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Joseph Dowser. I looked at his address, and Joseph Dowser actually lives in Compton Street, and he lives in a community where many people don't have credit cards or debit cards and require taxis the cash contribution. What really tweaked my interest, I can get to his application quick enough, was what he wrote about the taxi commission. I thought his presentation of why he wanted to serve on the taxi commission, and it was his first choice, by the way, not like people choosing Ted or something else. He basically grew up all around the taxi industry. I wish we have these pages better. His grandfather started and partnered with many taxi cab companies in what is now known as New Toronto, Mississauga, Etobicoke area. For years, included many aspects of the business. He used to do ride-alongs with his grandfather. He grew up in the business, understands it. He generally enjoyed the taxi business. Bottom line is, he's very familiar with operation safety, and his comment was, Kingston needs to provide more vibrant services to its residents. Not anyone can afford to use Uber, and not everyone in my community has a credit card or Uber. Our taxi service also needs to be able to provide a glowing experience for tourists and professionals to encourage growth and brilliant reviews. I thought that was such a positive approach. And so I would agree with you, Councillor Doherty. I would definitely encourage holding on to your incumbents and hold on. And I do like Greg and Ad. I thought his was an excellent example. He's got a good military background to tie in with that community. And then I would propose Joseph Dowser.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stroud.
Mute.
Councillor Stroud, did you had your hand up, did you not? Oh, okay.
I think I muted and Kirk unmuted me at the same time. Anyway, I couldn't agree more about Joseph Dowser. First of all, I agree also with appointing the 3 incumbents. So we're in a situation where there's five new appointments every year, and you don't always get all 5 incumbents reapplying. So there's automatic turnover whenever one or more incumbents doesn't apply, which in this case we have 2. So 3 incumbents and 2 new members is actually probably a pretty good mix, no matter what committee. So I think, and to go in with any less incumbents, you start to get a board that's mostly new, and the learning curve might prevent proper functioning. So I agree with the Councillor Doherty about the 3 incumbents. For the 2 others, I think we do have some leeway, so it's good that we're having this debate. Joseph Dowser stands out as a community representative, as a grassroots representative, as a user of taxis, as someone who understands, not only because his grandfather drove cab and he grew up in them, but his socioeconomic situation, his voice needs to be there. We're at this, with the constant friction between the Uber and the taxi, the constituency that is served by the full service taxi is represented by Mr. Dowser. So I really think it's imperative that someone, and if you don't put him, it has to be someone of a similar geographic or socioeconomic background to be there, because that perspective is very important. I also like Mr. Anand for sort of the same reasons, because he got a military background and there's a lot of taxi activity there as well. So that's probably a great perspective to have too. So I guess I agree with one of Councillor Doherty's suggestions and Mr. Dowser, which was Councillor Chappelle's suggestion. So essentially I agree with Councillor Chappelle and Councillor Doherty, with the exception of the second candidate.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I have a comment. And you know what? I'm not going to give up the chair. We'll be here all Friday night. So not for this, for other things, yes. I agree with that there needs to be some continuity. So I agree with number one, James Allen, who's the chair, and Kathleen Moulton. But I much prefer number 5, Andrew Duncan, and 7, John Stewart, but especially number 8, Karen Weisbaum, who is previously on the tax commission, so has experience and is a lawyer. And frankly, I think this is a commission that needs a lawyer. It has its own separate act of parliament that established it. So I think that can be really important. It adds some ballast to the conversation, I think. So here's what I get out of all this. We have to vote, okay? Not sometimes we don't, sometimes we do. So I'm just going to ask for, I'm just going to go, if there's no other comments, I'm just going to run through the names and we'll vote. And I think some of them will be unanimous and some of them will not be. So I'm going to start now with that. Okay, that process, that we're all familiar with the process. So all those in favor with the following: 1, James Allen. Okay, so that is 6. Okay. Greg Anand.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just need to find the list. I'm lost in the resumes. Just give me 1 sec to catch up.
Okay.
If anyone knows what page it is.
It's page 311.
311. That's where the list of candidates is?
Yes. And
311.
if you like, I'll try to announce it every time we get to one. I'll try to do that. Yeah. Councillor Chappelle, have you got a question? Or
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
I got it.
My question is, there seemed to be some agreement amongst incumbents. Why don't we vote on the incumbents first?
Because we're going to run through them and I think you're going to get them elected anyway, and then we'll be done. And it'll be much more logical.
The pleasure is yours, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, honestly, I think this works better in the short run, in the mid to long term. Yes.
Can I ask the clerks, are you keeping, we're going one by one, are you keeping track of each individual councillor's total votes? Because we each get 5 votes.
Yes, I am, Councillor Stroud. And also, if it's of assistance to you, if you haven't found it yet, it's page 326 of your PDF document. So you could you could search by the page number.
Yeah, I found it, but maybe before we vote the next time, we could just everyone reset back and just announce the number because I'm having trouble keeping up. Thank you.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, you're going to have to do that because my numbers are not according to the PDF. Okay, so
That's correct. I have the paper copy and I have the PDF copy, so I can flip back and forth and provide assistance as needed.
right. So you can just do that automatically by the sounds of things. That's a good thing. Okay, so we voted on James Allen. He got 6 votes, so he's in. So Greg Anand, all those in favor of Greg Anand. That's 4 votes. All those in favor of Joseph Dowser. I see 3. All those in favor of Chloe Drager. 4. All those in favor of Andrew Duncan. That's 3. All those in favor of Kathleen Moulton. That's 5. All those in favor of John Stewart. That's 1. Okay, all those in favor of Karen Weisbaum. That's 3. Okay, so Madam Clerk, James Allen has been elected. And I believe the way it works is that John Seward drops off. Is that correct? Memory
Yes,
serves-
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay, so he's not an option. In this vote, we're going to vote again, and we have 4 votes. And Madam Clerk, just jump in and correct me. I'm used to you being right next to me, so it's a lot easier then. But so you have in the next, wait a minute. Do we need, I'll ask a question. Kathleen Moulton got 5 votes. Do we need to vote on her again?
No, Mr. Chair, you don't have to.
Okay. And then Greg, and then got 4 votes, and that's a majority of the committee. So do we need to vote on that?
No.
All right. That's assuming nobody changes their vote, right? So far,
Chair, Chloe Drager got 4 votes as well.
they did. You're correct. And those 4 are already elected. So we have 1 vote for because there's only 5 votes available, or 5 members available. And so the people, all these people that I'm going to call out had 3 votes. All right. Remember, we dropped number 7 because they only got 1. So all those in favor of Joseph Dowser? That's 2, I believe. Oh, 3 now? Councillor Neal, were you voting for Mr. Dowser? You're nodding, I take it? Okay. All right, so all those in favor of Andrew Duncan? Okay. Keep that up there. Geez. Okay, I'll vote for that. Okay, I think that's 3. Okay. And then Karen Weisbaum? Nobody. Okay, so we have to vote again. It's between Joseph Dowser and Andrew Duncan. So, yes, Mr. Stroud.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Stroud.
So we just voted and we got 3 and 3. So the committee is split. We're just going to keep voting 3 and 3.
Well, not
Unless we have a round of further debate, we should probably have 8 before we vote again, I would suggest.
yeah. Well, true enough, and I was getting to that. Councillor Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Councillor Stroud and Councillor Chappelle raised some very good points, and I really like the energy from Joseph as well. The reason I picked Andrew Duncan was because of policy, and we're looking at a lot of policy, and I see benefits in both. In different ways, they have different things to bring to the commission, but both would most definitely add to the commission. So long story short, to say that I'm happy to change my vote to Joseph Dowser.
Okay, so this should be. Did you want to be recognized, Councillor Stroud? Go ahead.
Just have a quick point. Mr. Duncan had 2 other committees before taxing committee on his list, and he is highly qualified. So it's possible we may find another spot for him.
Yes, it's always a possibility. You have to keep that in mind, though. Okay. Okay, all those in favor of Joseph Dowser? Okay, there's 4. I'll vote for it. 5. All those in favor of Andrew Duncan? Councillor Neal. Okay, so Mr. Dowser is is elected, is nominated. So just to confirm, it's 1 James Allen, 2 Greg Anand, 3 Joseph Dowser, 4 Chloe Drager, and 6 Kathleen Moulton. Can you confirm that, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk?
Well, I'm glad you like to call me Madam Chair, but yes,
You don't look
Mr.
like a
Chair.
at all.
Yes, I concur with your assessment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now I've got Committee of Adjustment. We have 1 vote. It's on page, hang on.
So that would be page 347 of your paper agenda or page 364 of your PDF agenda.
Okay, good. That's helping Councillor Stroud, which is useful. So we have 1 vote. I will need to point out that Blaine Fudge is on the Committee of Adjustment already, and he will be there until the end of council term. Okay. We have an informal rule that we try to follow loosely most of the time, and that we try not to put somebody on 2 committees, with allowing somebody else to serve the city. Councillor, now wait a minute, Councillor Doherty had her hand up, I think, and then Councillor Neal. Am I correct, Councillor Doherty?
Thank you. And through you, I felt that there was a real standout application, and that was Murray Beckel, who's a planner and very experienced planner. So that's the person I would like to put forward.
Is that number 1?
I didn't write down the number. I just have notes for everyone, but I didn't.
Okay. There's Murray Beckel.
Murray Beckel. Yep, that's the one.
Okay. Councillor Neal.
To expedite this, Kim, when we have a long list and only 1, why don't we, each of us nominate, and if we end up with 3, we don't have to go through the whole list of.
Oh, and we're not
14
going through the
names.
whole list. I'm looking for nominations right now.
Okay,
So go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
will nominate Greg Lightfoot,
Greg Lightfoot. Oh,
number 9.
all right. Councillor Kyle, well, yeah,
Yeah,
we're just
That's
go.
I had Greg
Councillor
Lightfoot
Kyle.
as the name too.
Sorry?
I also had Greg Lightfoot in my book for this, so that's fine for me.
Okay, okay. Councillor Stroud. Are you nominating anyone? I'm just going around the table here.
Yeah, no, I also had Mr. Lightfoot.
Okay, Councillor Chappelle. And you can give reasons why, okay? Don't be shy about that. Councillor Chappelle,
I like Doug Perkins.
Doug Perkins, okay. So we have 3 names. I was gonna say you can say more, but I'm not sure that's right. So I'm not gonna say it unless somebody wants to call me on it. So, okay, so we have 3 names. I just wanted to say I picked number 1, Murray Beckel, because I think he brings us a wealth of knowledge as a land use planner, and you need to know those legal documents when you're on Committee of Adjustment. It's really important. And I've attended a couple, and it's not a game. Okay, it's not like going to ARC or something. Okay, so it's more like planning. So, and in fact, more technical than that. So I think it would be worthwhile. So that's the end of what I've got to say. Is anybody who has anything else they wish to say on behalf of anybody else? Councillor Stroud.
Well, since you're encouraging it, Mr. Lightfoot is a healthcare worker. He also is a downtown resident, and he also is a tenant. And Committee of Adjustment, as you know, often has minor variance application. You can't hear me?
No, I can hear you. I'm listening. I was writing notes.
Minor variance applications. And with the housing pressures, this often, the monster home type of additions are at committee of adjustment when they're trying to get variance for the side yard or the rear yard setbacks and things like that, which is actually how they make their monster homes. This affects tenants directly by degrading the quality of the housing stock and increasing rents at the same time. So there is, as far as I know, there's nobody with that perspective on committee of adjustment right now. And I really think they need that balance. So that's why I'm supporting Mr. Lightfoot.
Fair enough. Any other comments on the 3 nominees? Seeing none, I will move to the voting. You have 1 vote. Okay,
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
if I may,
certainly.
right now Murray Beckel has 2, Greg Lightfoot has 3, and Doug Perkins has 1. So I don't think you need to go through a vote. We kind of did already do that, right? I was keeping track as each person made their nomination.
Yeah, but that's a slippery slope. I think we should vote. Okay, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to help us out, but people change their votes. That's what happens sometimes, and that's to be expected. So I think it's just as fast just to go through it. And this is going to be like 1 vote, okay? So all those in favor of the Murray Beckel. So you got 2. And all those in favor of Greg Lightfoot. Oh, there's 4 there, okay? And that's it, because there's only 6 votes on this committee. So, okay, so Mr. Lightfoot is nominated. All right, so on to Heritage Kingston.
Councillor,
Page, what
your
page?
chair, your chair.
Oh, clerk, page number, Madam Clerk.
I am searching for it right now. Just bear with me for just a second.
Councillor Hutchison, I'm going to take a bio break. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Okay, so that would be page 418 in the paper agenda or page 438 in your PDF agenda.
Okay, so there are two votes, what you have, 2 people to be nominated. I'll start with Councillor Neal. I'm just going across, okay? So no bias here. Councillor Neal's on the top left of my screen. Councillor Neal, do you have a nominee or 2? Sound.
I have one quick question for the person who sits on this. William Heineman, is he a pretty active member of the committee? Okay, so William Heineman and Paul Banfield were my 2 choices.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kiley, nominees?
Yeah, I had Carol Weir. I don't think it was her first choice. I forgot to note it down.
Oh, can I just interject for 1 second?
Sure.
We found this out the last time we had the big agenda. Give us the number. It's much faster for.
I know the problem.
And the name.
Put it down as a list, not as numbers, which is my bad. I'll do that next time. My apologies.
Okay, that's okay. 20, number 20.
And Art Milnes was the other that I had.
Oh, yes, okay. All right. Did you want to speak to either one of them?
Well, I thought Carol's administrative history with school boards, well, it's not directly pertinent to Heritage as such. It shows her ability to function within a bureaucracy and think things through. I don't know, in a way that I think is demonstrated by her career. And then Art's long and storied history with this town, and also his connection to Canadian history, I think, is interesting because he could probably draw on a lot of perspectives that would be valuable for heritage. And I say all this recognizing I haven't served on the Heritage Committee or actually even attended a meeting, to be honest with you. So I defer to Councillor Stroud and others who have more perspective than I do, but those are the two names I had listed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doherty?
Thank you. And I had the same ones that Councillor Neil had. I had number 2, Paul Banfield. Now I can't read my writing, but my notes are typed, but I didn't have the numbers. Anyhow, and William Heineman. So Paul Banfield, number 2, and number 8, William Heineman. Paul is an archivist, and the committee also looks at cultural heritage, and I think that he would offer a really good perspective and knowledge with his understanding of archival experience. And William does, to answer Councillor Neil's question earlier, he contributes a lot to the meetings. And he's
That's
also,
number 8, William Heineman, right? Okay.
and he's the incumbent.
Councillor Neil, I'm just going to go to Councillor Stroud and I'll come back to you, okay? Councillor Stroud?
Hi, I agree with Paul Banfield, archivist, great knowledge of history. So in that sense, I think he'd be a great addition. I'm also a question about Mr. Heineman. Is that a real estate agent, Ellie Heineman, or is that somebody else?
No, I don't believe so. I've got him down as he's been volunteering for heritage committees for at least 22 years.
Okay. Anyway, I had someone else because, so number 13, Donald Mitchell, because he's ineligible for the Municipal Accessory Advisory Committee, which is the chair. 6 years experience on that committee. He's very articulate. We need to find a home for him somewhere. He's an excellent city volunteer. So he had this as his number 2. So I'm not sure if we've asked. No, this is the first time his name has come up. So if we don't choose him here, we should try to find a home for him somewhere else. But that would be my second choice.
Okay, thank you. Now, Councillor Neil, you had a comment.
Just quickly, I agree with your last statement. He's been the MAC chair forever. So we definitely should accommodate him. Something that I always take into consideration that I think we should look at, and that's what the committee preference is. Because if you pick a bunch of, if you have a number that this is their third choice, too often they end up being disappointed and not sticking it out for the long haul. Just a quick reminder for Paul Banfield. He is the Queen's Archivist, but the Queen's Archivist takes care of the City Archivist collection as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that I think is positive for him.
Right. Okay, thank you. My choices were, well, are number 2, Paul Banfield, for the reasons more or less what Councillor Doherty gave. And I think he would bring quite a lot of perspective to what can be a fairly technical committee where you need to know a fair bit about heritage buildings and so on. I think he would have a leg up there. And he's retired now, so he's available. And I think now that Donald Mitchell's in the swing of things here, I don't know if there's another opportunity. I can't remember it. So I'm inclined to vote for him rather than Mr. Heineman, who I'm also think would be, bring that experience of an incumbent. So to an important committee. So that's all I've got to say, except Councillor Stroud has a comment.
I just went to his page for his preferences. Heritage is his second choice, and his first choice is Arts Advisory. So I can't remember. I think we only have one spot on Arts Advisory. Is that right?
Yeah, and there's,
There may be other candidates that he has acting experience, but and theater experience, but maybe other candidates that are more suitable on Arts Advisory. I'm not sure. He's also a Sydenham District resident, which I'm familiar with Heritage. Anyway, I was just looking at that. He did a really good job with Mac, so I just, but on the other hand, Mr. Heineman knows the challenges at Heritage and he's reapplying. That's also really powerful.
I suppose that speaks to continuity as well. I'm not expressing a preference there. I do know that Mr. Mitchell has a reputation of thoroughness, so I'll have to each decide. Madam Clerk, and then I think Councillor Neal, but Madam Clerk first.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. I just offer this as food for thought. There is an obligation of this committee to appoint members to Heritage Kingston who have both, excuse me, cultural heritage experience as well as built heritage experience. So I just wanted to remind the committee of that, that we need to have a sort of representation from both.
Right. Thank you for that. That is accurate. Councillor Neal.
Yes, just quickly. Don, in his paid life, is the director of the Spire, which has gone through, he's walked that through the whole heritage process to get it built and to make it happen. So if there were more spaces on Arts Advisory, that would be a good place for him because he's a dancer, he's an actor, he's got a solid background. But right now, he's the kind of director at the Spire. So I think he would be a good choice in either of those. So.
Fair enough, because they have gone through the process. Now, Councillor Chappelle.
I would like to support Arthur Mills. This is his first choice. He certainly has the cultural aspect, understands heritage. He does walking tours. I think it would be a nice way to give a good segue back into the community. And the other person, I actually thought that Paul Banfield would have been good because of the aspect of the Queen's stuff. But you can only choose two, and I wouldn't be disappointed with Donald Mitchell either.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Chappelle. Okay, I'm just going to run through the nominees to make sure, and I'm expecting the clerk to correct me if there's a mistake. So the nominees are number 2, Paul Banfield, number 8, William Heineman, number 12, Arthur Mills, number 13, Donald Mitchell, number 20, Carol Weir. Okay, so not seeing any other questions or comments. I'm going to move ahead with the voting process. So you have 2 votes, okay? So please don't vote anymore. Or at least do it often and quickly. Okay, so all those supporting Paul Banfield, that is 4. All those supporting William Heineman, 2, okay. All those supporting number 12, Arthur Mills, there's 2, okay. Those in favor of Donald Mitchell, that's 4. All those in favor of Carol Weir, I think we ran out of opportunities there. So I would say that we have nominated number 2, Paul Banfield, and number 13, Donald Mitchell. And okay, I think we covered the bases of the diverse skills that we're supposed to cover. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for pointing that out. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the clerk. It was, I think Councillor Chappelle mentioned that earlier, that we don't necessarily write back to applicants that they were unsuccessful. What is the practice? Like, for example, William Heineman, he actually did an amazing job in the last year. I really enjoyed working with him. And I'm assuming that when somebody did serve for a year or even or more, whatever, we always send a note of thanks, but do we also send notes to all the applicants and just for a note of appreciation that they applied?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we do not do that. Every applicant who submits a form receives a confirmation that they've submitted with a response that, just due to the sheer volume of the applicants, the time that it takes for us to provide a response to all unsuccessful applicants is just very time consuming. So they do receive an automated response to let them know that if they're not successful, they won't be contacted, and that's in keeping with standard HR practices as well. We do reach out to, excuse me, I've got the hiccups tonight. We do reach out to members of committees or members who have served and either are at the end of their term or are not reappointed for that reason.
Right. So William Heineman will get a letter from the city of thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Doherty and Madam Clerk. I meant to bring that up at the very beginning. Councillor Kiley, did you have a question?
I don't have a question. I have to go. I'm really sorry. I just have other commitments, and I guess I triple booked tonight. I already said no to library board, and now I have to leave this. So my apologies to the chair and committee members, but I do have to leave.
Okay. Well, thank you for your input to this point. And we'll undoubtedly see you again. Okay, so we're down to 5. Okay, so now we're on housing and homelessness. I'll start again with Councillor Neal.
Just a quick question, if I can.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to jump in and let anybody know if they need it, that housing and homelessness starts on page 502 of your PDF agenda, just for those who don't have the benefit of the paper copy. Apologies, Councillor Neal.
Copy is 478. Pretty sure. No, that's not right. It's
your paper copy would be 478 is where the list starts.
Which is kind of strange, because the last one for Heritage Kingston is 479. So I don't know what's going on. So hopefully Councillor Stroud has found his place there. Okay, good. Thanks. Okay, Councillor Neal.
Just a very quick procedural question.
Sure.
There are a couple of applicants here who are working for other housing shelter providers. I personally made the decision to preclude them because there's a potential for a conflict there. But I'm not lobbying anybody to follow my lead. Just that's a decision I think we should weigh. Having said that, number 7 works for, what's the organization that builds houses?
Habitat for Humanity.
Habitat, and which She has all kinds of experience that would be really good in this position, but I'm not sure, I'm a little conflicted because of my previous statement. So, but I'll follow the lead of the rest of you on this one. So,
Okay, so just we have 2 votes, so just the one nominee, Councillor Neal?
Kathy, I will put forward. The other is number 8, Sophie Chan. She has a really interesting biography, and I think she would be make a good addition to this committee. So 7 and 8.
Okay, I've marked those down. Oh, I have a question of the clerk. Just as see, this has to do with the list. Madam Clerk, number 40, Ted Smith is an incumbent, and he has been on the committee. I thought he was a technical representative at some point.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. Chair. He was a technical representative in the past. He was not the technical rep appointed by that group this time, so he has applied as a public member.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies that. Okay, okay, Councillor Doherty.
I found this incredibly hard. I actually, because of the interest in this issue at the moment, we had so many fantastic candidates. I actually am interested in hearing from everybody else first, because I want to see what other people say, because I'm sure the names that you're going to bring up are on my list. So I just need to think a little bit more on this.
Okay. Councillor Stroud, nominees.
I would like to start by asking, is anyone a member of this committee currently, to give us a little bit more of insight of the types of discussions? Anyone here on housing and homelessness? So for Mr. You remember Mr. Smith, Ted Smith?
Yep.
So was he a technical representative, or is he on the committee right now?
He was, and he is, but he was, so he had to reapply. I don't exactly know why he isn't the technical representative anymore.
And the
Madam Clerk, just for a second, folks. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
So as members of the committee know, technical representatives are appointed by an overseeing board, in this case, the Community Advisory Board. You'll see later on in the agenda that their Community Advisory Board has made a recommendation to be ratified tonight for their technical representative. It was not Mr. Smith. Therefore, he applied as a public member. So he is currently an incumbent as a technical representative, but he is not the appointment for the technical representative for the coming year. Therefore, he applied as a public member.
Okay, I would suggest that rather than putting an I beside his name, Madam Clerk, you should put a footnote, like for Mr. Mitchell, to explain that to save us confusion, because he's technically not an incumbent, not an incumbent public member, which is what we're appointing. But back to Councillor Doherty. So there's 10 members of the committee, 6 are technical reps, 2 members of council, and only 2 public members. And this was because of a vote of council, because it sounds to me the problem might be the composition of the committee. There's 46 applicants, and we only have 2 out of 10 spots for them.
Mm-hmm.
6 technical reps. There's no way there's 46 candidates for the technical reps, and there's 6 spots for them. So how did we come to this? Why is that the composition?
I don't know the history of that. Sorry, I can't answer that. But it was very hard because of the number, for sure, right? But I don't know the technical answer.
Madam Clerk, are there any staggered terms there?
I'm just looking at that here. Don't see that note here in my agenda. Sorry, yes, so Housing and Homelessness Committee, it has 2 appointments for a 2-year term. So not all terms will end on the same 2 years. So the public members will be appointed for a 2-year term, but the technical representatives may not be at the same time.
Okay, but in terms of the public representatives, these are the only 2 positions available.
Yes, that's correct.
I think,
But I'm still not clear.
Wait.
I'm still not clear about the composition of the committee. It says at the very top of this item, 2 public members, 2 members of council, 6 technical representatives. Is that the committee? Is it 10 people?
Yes, that's the composition of the committee.
So we have a committee where a minority are either public members or elected members, and a majority are appointed by groups. So a majority is appointed and a minority is representing the public.
point of
Yes.
Councillor Neal.
This probably isn't technically a point of order, but this was formed some time ago, and there's various organizations, the Home Builders of Kingston, other groups that were given a seat at the table. I agree if Councillor Stroud is suggesting that it's probably time for admin services to review the makeup of this committee. I would agree with that, but there's a variety. There were some, the co-op community were able to appoint somebody, various groups, housing groups in the city were given a technical spot on it. It probably needs to be reviewed. So.
Well, yeah, and just to quote one of the applicants, Mr. Rich, when he spoke to council, you don't want the people on the committee that caused the housing problem in the first place.
Well, you know what? That may be true, but we are not going to solve that tonight. We have to do our job, and that is to fill the slots, right? And as Councillor Neal indicated, indirectly or maybe even directly, that has to be brought up at Nin Paul or at council. So I'm looking to you, Councillor Stroud, for nominees.
Well, so those questions were crucial to my opinion on this committee. I would say the committee set up to be dysfunctional because of its composition. I don't know whether it's deliberate or not, or by accident. What Councillor Neal said is very logical. There are groups that work with the homeless that ought to be here. But if the name of the committee is Housing and Homelessness, technically housing providers could say, well, they're the housing side. But really, if you want to address homelessness, you have to address the causes of homelessness. And putting someone on there that's an advocate for the homeless might sound like a really logical and good thing to do, but it'd be like putting a strong heritage advocate in a dysfunctional heritage. It doesn't actually achieve the result that you want it to. So we might, there's way more qualified applicants here than we can put on the committee, and the committee itself only has 2 spots out of outnumbered by 6 technical representatives that may be representing special interests. So some of whom definitely are. So I would say it doesn't really matter. So I'm not going to actually suggest anyone, because even the strongest candidate, I wouldn't want to put them in the position where they actually wouldn't be able to influence proceedings. They would just end up putting their head against the wall. And I will be bringing a motion to administrative policies to review the composition of this committee so that it can be more functional, and possibly that it can accommodate more public members. But that's where we are tonight, so I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stroud. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Stroud and the rest of the committee, I would like to share with you that we have done some research recently on the composition of heritage committees in other municipalities, and that information has been shared with the Housing and Social Services team. So it is something that is on their radar, the composition of this committee.
Oh, okay, so it's been looked at least. Okay.
Yes, it is.
Well, then maybe an update can be sent to, supplied to admin Paul, but I'll leave it in the hands of the chair of that committee. So
I can share that information with my housing colleagues.
Sure. Okay. And Councillor Chappelle. Nominee, please.
I'm unmuted now. Someone likes to shut me up. I swear you have the button over there, Councillor Hutchison.
I do not have the button. I do not have the button, nor do I want the button.
Okay. Since my only exposure to homelessness and poverty really came through an invitation from a woman, Andy White. And she really opened my eyes to all of what was happening on. At the time, she was an intake coordinator for Martha's Table and working there. And she has lots of experience in Chatham. She was the one that created this integrated hub, which I kept pushing to council. And now all of a sudden we have an integrated hub situation. So this is great news. She's got violence and threat assessment level 1 and 2. She's worked in this industry for a long time. She's had human trafficking training as well. She's actually the only person I read in the entire group that said she's read and aware of the 10-year and 5-year housing and homeless plan for the city of Kingston. So I think she's really got a passion for this, and she's not currently working in the field. So she's an independent. So I would like to support Andy White. The other person that I would like to support is a person that I actually called out of order on a couple meetings. And just because it probably caused a lot of attention, and that'd be Ivan Strokowolachik. I think we should at least have a conversation about him. And then of course there's other quality candidates. I can't believe the intense interest in this. In fact, it almost should be a separate committee altogether. There's some incredibly talented candidates that put their name forward, and I think that's wonderful.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that last name, Councillor Chappelle.
Jillian Waters.
Oh, yeah. Okay. She's on the KEDCO list as well.
Well, she may not make it there.
Okay, well, I've written it down. Okay. So, I've got a few names. Councillor Neal's point about okay, he made a point about whether or not personally he would want to support people who are in agencies, and you know that's a decision that he is entitled to make. But we as a committee are not entitled to exclude those people. Okay, maybe as an individual councillor, but not as a committee. So I just wanted to put that out there. As you know, I've got a couple of suggestions. Like I too found this like really difficult. Like, I mean, who are we trying to put on this committee? What type of person? And the interest is wide. And so I was looking at number 12, Cindy Dunning, who's a former teacher and involved with Unitarians, because I thought she would bring an intelligent appraisal. I have no connection to the Unitarians. In terms of thinking about the issues. And this also matters what you think the issues are or should be in housing and homelessness as well, I might add. in that case there. Now, if I was voting for somebody from an agency, I was impressed by number 26, Michelle McCottery. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right. McCottery. Because she's involved with the housing registry and K Healing Homes. Oh, she's involved with the
Well,
housing registry.
I'm in the middle of a meeting selecting people for committees. I did respond.
Just a second, Councillor Chappelle, I'm just going through. Madam Clerk, if she works for the social housing registry, does that make her a city employee? I think it does.
I don't believe she's a city employee, but I will do a quick check of the city directory
Okay.
and get back to you.
Because the social housing registry, you apply through the housing department. So it just struck me to, but anyway, and she might be, it's hard to tell, she might be Indigenous, which is another group we're supposed to be trying to accommodate in a committee like this. So speak to also number 40, Ted Smith, because he's put in the work before, and he's vitally interested in the housing field and the not-for-profit field. And the other person I think we should consider is number 41, Ivan Stolikovich. He's come to council and given us a good reaming out about our lack of affordable housing. And, you know, there are quite a number of people in the city who have actually may not agree with his rhetoric, but they agree with his point. Okay. And whether that's a constructive thing or not, I feel we should consider it. Okay. And that's it. I'll leave it at that. I know that's more than two. I just wanted to put their names forward for consideration.
Mr. Chair, before you move on, I just wanted to confirm that Michelle McCarty is not a City of Kingston employee.
Okay, thank you. Maybe she worked past tense for them, okay? Or there's some technical thing there that I don't quite grasp. So what I've got here, Councillor Doran.
I just want to add that I actually, two of the people that were highlighted on my list were brought up, and that was Michelle McCarty for the similar reasons that you mentioned, and Andy White. Councillor Chappelle introduced her to me, and I met with her in the first year, and she certainly had a lot of vision, a lot of experience, so she definitely has lots to bring to the table. And so obviously do a lot of people who we read about, but also Michelle McCarthy. So there are two choices.
I'm just going to take 1 minute to review what her application, if you don't mind. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to name off the names. If one of them that has been mentioned has been missed by me, then please say so. So the people I have up are number 7, Kathy Borowick. Number 8, Sophie Chan. Number 12, Cindy Dunning. Number 26, Michelle McCottery. Let's see. Number 40, Ted Smith. Number 41, Ivan Stolikovich. And number 43, Jillian Waters. And number 45, Andy White. So, does that accord with people's lists and memories? Councillor Straub.
The clerk. Mr. White's address is in Harrowsmith. I believe that is South Frontenac and not City of Kingston? Or is there not a requirement for committee members to be residents and taxpayers in the City of Kingston?
Yes, there is, Councillor Stroud, but just because a person's address is Harrowsmith does not necessarily mean that they are outside of the geographic boundary of the City of Kingston. That's the Canada Post's addresses don't always match up. They're not always Kingston. I know this, for instance, from the most recent election and the countryside district election that we've had in the last couple of years. Half the voter cards that go out are for things like Sealy's Bay, Harrowsmith, Odessa, but they geographically live in the City of Kingston.
But has staff confirmed that for this movement?
I believe so, but I will just do a quick Google Map search.
It's 3,648 Alton Road West, Harrowsmith.
My apologies, Councillor. Could you repeat that for me?
3648 Alton Road West, Harrowsmith. That looks like Sydenham to me. That's definitely South Frontenac. It's north of Sydenham, Rutledge Road, north of Sydenham. And north of Harrowsmith as well.
That is a possibility. Continue your discussion, please, and I'll do a little more research and I'll circle back with you if that's agreeable.
Sure, but to me, if a candidate is ineligible, then we've got to restart. Some people might like I like this guy, but if he's not a resident of Kingston, then he's not eligible. That's true, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Are we checking on this, Madam Clerk, or?
I am checking, yes.
Okay. In the meantime, I have something I want to add, and I see two councillors. So Councillor Doherty, then Councillor Neal. Go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
And I forgot to mention one other person actually that I would like to add to the list. And this also kind of touches on Councillor Stroud's point earlier about who makes up the composition of this group. And that's Lydia Ackley. I don't know what number she lives in KFH.
Number one.
Oh, okay. KFHC property. She has lived experience. That's the kind. Certainly, I've only obviously relatively new councillor, so I'm still learning it from the committee. But a voice that's definitely missing there are the people with lived experience, and she would offer that. So that's really important.
She also worked for Street Health in Toronto. Councillor Neal, sorry, you should come first.
Just quickly through the clerk, does it specifically say resident of? I thought that if you were an eligible voter, in other words, if you own property, you could, so he may have an address outside this in Harrowsmith, but still have voting rights here. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct. I have confirmed that street address is outside of the City of Kingston limits.
Yeah, but is he on Kingston elector list is the question.
I can't share that information. That's private.
I think we should take that into account when we do the voting. That's all.
There is nothing in the person's application to indicate that they have any properties in the City of Kingston. So I think that this person is, obviously a resident outside of the City of Kingston, but I have no way to confirm based on the information that they've provided whether or not they own other property in the City of Kingston.
Okay. I wanted to add someone also. and that is number 30, Richard Moulton. It's just for consideration, because he was the only candidate in this whole mess here, okay? This whole thing that connected. Do you have a point of order, Councillor Chalal? What is it?
I do, Councillor, your chair. I thought the purpose was to put forward 2 names, and you just keep adding to the list. So now I'm really struggling to keep up with the process.
Okay, I named them all off, and I did name another one. I allowed Councillor Doherty to name another one. And the reason is that people were expressing difficulties in making the decision. So I was just pointing to people worth considering. That's all I'm doing. The impressive thing about Richard Moulton is that he actually connects the Housing and Homelessness Advisory Committee to our strategic plan. This is page 566, the Bell Park encampment, the integrated healthcare care hub, the 10-year municipal housing homeless plan, which he points out is ending, the North Kingstown secondary plan. This guy has done his research. He knows what he's talking about in a more complete way than many of the applicants. So not that they need to do that, but it is pretty impressive that he's gone to that extent. So I think it's worth considering. That's all I'm saying. Councillor Stroud.
I need to know if Andy White is eligible to sit on this committee, yes or no, because I would like to support this candidate, but they're going to be ruled ineligible because they don't have voting rights in the city of Kingston. Then why are they even on the list?
Well, that's a good question, but I don't think we have the answer. Madam Clerk.
Yes, we do endeavor to do our due diligence, Councillor Stroud, and check addresses as they come in. It's clearly advertised when we do recruit for committees that you must be a City of Kingston resident. This person has applied even though they're not, unless they have some other information to prove that they're a resident. But based on the information before the committee tonight, I don't have any reason to think that this person is a resident of the City of Kingston, unfortunately. So I would suggest that they're not eligible based on the information the committee has available to it.
So
I hear what you're saying, but it's a yes/no question, and it's a legal question. And I don't see how we can proceed on these appointments without knowing that answer. You can't just suggest to vote to for somebody else based on lack of information in front of us. This is what we need this information to make the decisions. If we're just relying on people to have read the print of the application and to not apply if they're not a resident of the city, don't catch them when they apply nevertheless.
okay, so point of order from Councillor Neal. Go ahead.
I'd like to call the question, including the name there. This is a moot point. We could argue about it for the next 40 minutes. If the person doesn't get selected anyway, then we're having a bit of a debate over nothing. So I'd like to call the question if I could.
Okay, I think that's actually
Not a point of order.
no, but it could come like immediately afterwards. This okay. The point is, if it turns out there, and this has happened before, turns out somebody is not eligible because they moved or whatever, and we've had to come back and appoint that 1 or 2 people after. Now the clerk's tried mightily not to let that happen. I appreciate that, but Councillor Neal is right. We're not going to solve this problem tonight. So people have to make a decision, their decisions with that. It's either that or defer the whole item. And I can't, personally, I don't see the advantage of that.
Councillors, what I can tell you is that I have searched that property address on our Municipal Connect database. That property address does not show up in the City of Kingston. So that property address is definitely outside the limits of Kingston. There is nothing in this application that would suggest that they are a resident of the city of Kingston.
Okay. So is it, and that, Madam Clerk, would be the extent of our due diligence in the vast majority of cases?
Yes, there is also an incumbency on the applicant to
Right. Okay.
indicate that, as I say, when we advertise for this, on the radio, in the paper, on the website, we are always letting our members or our recruiting interested people, lost for words. We clearly advertise that you have to be a City of Kingston resident.
Okay.
So, and like I say, we do our due diligence to try and check things that come in, addresses that come in that might be questionable, because like I said, we do have properties in the city of Kingston that have a postal address, for example, Harrowsmith, Sealy's Bay, Odessa. But we receive a large volume of applications. We do the very best that we can. And this one obviously slipped past us.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I would, as long as we see where it is in the committee bylaw, where it says you must be a resident of Kingston, if that is in the bylaws, then it's very simple. This person has supplied a non-Kingston address, and if that is in the bylaws, that makes them ineligible. I would support this person if they were eligible, but we can't vote with a question mark over our heads.
So, section 2.10, criteria to serve on a committee. Citizens appointed to committees listed in this bylaw, excluding technical representatives, must be at least 18 years or older, a resident/business owner in the city of Kingston, and be one of the following: Canadian citizen or permanent resident. So
Right.
this person may be a business owner in the city of Kingston and be eligible, but they have not identified that to this committee. So you have no way of knowing. Based on the information before you, this person does not meet the criteria set out in section 2.10 of the bylaw.
Wait, you're muddying the waters. You just read the bylaw. It didn't say anything about being a business owner in the city of Kingston. Or did it?
Yeah.
Yes, it did. It says excluding technical representatives must be at least 18 years or older, a resident/business owner in the city of Kingston. But again, there's nothing in this application that says that they're a business owner.
So what the clerk is advising is that the city has done its normal due diligence. It seems to have missed this particular address. That's happened before. But based on it, but it's come up now, so we have to consider it. And I believe in so many words, she's saying we should not consider this person because they're not a permanent resident of the city, based on the evidence we have.
Okay, look, we need to be fair. This person may be eligible. If we have any time, can we defer these appointments so that staff could determine if this person is eligible?
Well, that's what I suggested earlier. We'd have to defer the whole item.
Because the alternative is that we rule them ineligible right now with incomplete information, which is not fair.
Possibly, but the clerk's argument is, I'll get to Councillor Chappelle. The clerk's argument is that if their address is outside the city of Kingston, which presumably they would know because they would know what voters list they were on, they would be required to tell us, and they did not. So you have to weigh that. You have to ask yourself.
I think this is very likely, Mr. Chair, an administrative error on our part, and I do apologize for that. And like I said, there is an obligation for the applicant to provide us with the information that the committee needs in order to make a decision. And in this case, the applicant did not provide the committee with any information that would suggest that they are a business owner in the city of Kingston. Their civic address is clearly not within the city of Kingston. So there's no reason to believe, based on the information before the committee, that this person is eligible. Again, I do apologize that we put this application before you and caused this confusion tonight.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. Stuff happens when you've got a. Councillor Chappelle. No, it's Councillor Chappelle's turn. Okay. Okay, I'll come back to you. Councillor Chappelle.
Through your chair, after hearing the well-articulated argument presented by our clerk, James, I am compelled to support her perspective. And if there is a candidate that's upset that we did not proceed with her application, I will take the call personally to explain the situation. But I will remove my support from this candidate because of the uncertainty, so that we can progress with the duration of this meeting. She's ultimately a highly qualified candidate for this type of role, but she has not indicated her qualification to apply. Then I think we should just move on.
Okay. I just want to check one thing about the application. Okay. In the past, we've had where we actually asked them the question, are you qualified? I don't see it there. So Councillor Zappel, I presume, is behind the largesse. There he is. Okay.
I apologize. I clicked off the camera.
The question is, you have withdrawn your nomination of number 45, Councillor Chappelle. I'm curious as if there's someone else who still wants them to be nominated.
Well, I'm going to stay with Jillian Waters, and I will choose from one of the other qualified candidates recommended by my colleagues.
Okay. Okay, now I'm speaking to Councillor Stroud indirectly.
I'm also looking at the application and trying to answer the question, if they were not a resident, why did they apply? One possibility is they were a business owner. There's no evidence of that.
Yeah.
There is evidence of something else. This person appears to be Indigenous, understanding Canada's Indigenous Aboriginal histories. And it does say original member of the Brant Community Response Team. I'm guessing that is a Mohawk reference, but I could be wrong.
Well,
if that is the case, then it's the homeless Indigenous population of the city of Kingston that concerns this applicant. Okay. And therefore they may still.
That may, it could be true, but as you say, it's speculative. And we have to do what we've got in front of us. So, Councillor Doherty?
I think, and Councillor Chappelle might know better, but I believe that's the city of Brant.
Yeah, that's what I took.
The word she did
there. The county or something. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not going to bring up number 45 because I don't see anybody supporting it at this point. That's a hint to do it now or forever hold your peace. Okay. So we got a number of possibilities. You have 2 votes. Okay. So I'm going to start with them at the top and run through them. 1, Lydia Ackley. 1. Number 7, Kathy Borowick. 1. Number 8, Sophie Chan. 1. Number 12, Cindy Dunning. None. Number 26, Michelle McCautry. 1. Number 30, Richard Moulton. Yeah, sure, go. Yes?
Are you forgetting yourself because you actually brought her up originally?
Yeah, I did. No, I haven't forgotten myself. I just opted to vote for a couple other people. But thank you for your carry. Okay. Number 30, Richard Moulton. Okay, so there's mine. There's mine. Oh, Councillor Chappelle. Okay, there's 2. Number 40, Ted Smith. 1. Number 41, Ivan Stolkovich. 1. Okay. Number 43, Jillian Waters. 1. And that is it. So none of those people will be elected because we need, I believe, Madam Clerk, we need 3, right? We need a majority of the remaining 5 members of the committee. And we didn't get that.
Well, we do only have one person who had 2 votes. So that person could be appointed and then all of the people with 1 vote go to the next round.
I'm very leery of that, to rule that legitimate, because it's fewer than half of the committee. I believe, I'm hoping everybody voted correctly and we have the right total number of votes, that sort of thing, which would be 1, 2, 3.
We need ranked ballots.
Councillor Stroud, I only have 1 vote from you.
Oh, well, he's
Correct.
entitled to do that, actually.
Oh, yeah, he is. I have 2 votes from everybody
Yeah.
else and 1 from Councillor Stroud.
No, I wasn't questioning that, Madam Clerk. I'm just
Okay.
pointing it out before we got into a wrangle about that. So, Councillor Stroud, I encourage you to vote your full slate and help us out of this. So the only thing I can see is that we vote again and people can reconsider. I know it's very difficult when you see a series of 1 votes, but I can't see any other legitimate way of doing it. I think the person needs to receive 3. Now we're dropping someone though. We're dropping number 12, Cindy Dunning, and we will proceed again. Okay, so here we go. Number 1, Lydia Ackley. 1. Number 7, Kathy
Can I suggest that we actually speak to our candidates and explain?
Well, that's also an option. If you wish to do that, maybe you'll persuade somebody. Go ahead.
And because we're using an electronic version, and because it's, some of us are, and because it's getting late, can we have a bit of a recess and maybe we can form our arguments and really think on this, grab a cup of tea and be back in 5 minutes? Can we have a recess?
Personally, I hate that idea, but it's up to the committee. I just like to get it done.
Okay. Now, I know, but I don't think we should rush it either. And I'm just talking 4 minutes. Oh, now it's 3. I was going to say we'll be back by 8.
You're speaking as someone who doesn't have 500 pages of planning tomorrow.
I have another meeting tomorrow too. Don't worry.
Okay. So,
I second Councillor Doherty.
Okay, I don't need any more. We'll have a 5-minute recess. We'll be back at 8:02. Okay? Madam Clerk, are you there?
I don't believe so, Mr. Chair.
I think that's 5 minutes. Oh, there's Councillor Stroud.
So you need one more for quorum, Mr. Chair. We need Councillor Doherty to appear on camera, or Councillor Chappelle. There we go.
There they are, they're back.
Please proceed.
And lively Muppets they are too. 5 minutes really does something for some people. Okay. All right, so it's the middle of the count. I'm going to start over, obviously. Okay. All in favor of number 1, Lydia Ackley. 1. Oh, 2? 2, okay. All right. Okay. Those in favor of Kathy Borowick. Councillor Doherty, is that a vote?
No, I did want to remind the chair, if it's okay with you, that one of the reasons we
Oh yeah, right. You're right. You're right.
this
Right.
so that we could speak to.
No, you're absolutely right. 5 minutes doesn't do some people any good at all. So, does anyone want to speak to any of the nominees? And this is our practice. We've done this before. So, Councillor Doherty, it was your idea, so presumably you want to say something.
Okay, thank you. So I am a member of the Housing and Homelessness Committee, and as Councillor Stroud pointed out earlier, there are a lot of representatives on this committee. So we do need more voices from the community, but not only voices from the community per se, but specifically people with firsthand experience and lived experience in poverty and homelessness. And here, so Lydia Ackley, she understands addiction. She worked with street health, and she lives at KFHC public housing. So she lives with people. She herself has experienced poverty. So I think that's a really, really important voice around the table. And the same thing with Michelle McLaughlin. She has lived experience. She even talks about that she had to move around the system, and the homelessness system is a very tough system to navigate your way around, and she understands them. So those experiences and perspectives will be really beneficial to the committee. Thank you.
Okay, anyone, Councillor Chappelle? Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. And so your chair. I'm assuming that last vote then, because we didn't follow this process, is null and void and would be restarting. Is that what will happen?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I would like to just bring your attention to candidate number 43, Jillian Waters. Now, one of the greatest things that happen with poverty and homelessness is that people don't have an opportunity to learn skills or enter the workplace or find tangible opportunities. And Jillian Waters has been in the employment services for over 30 years, and she has helped many Kingstonians find their mark and find their place. And this is a great opportunity for her, as you know, she's involved with Keys. She deals with all sorts of applicants that come across all groups, and she certainly understands the difficulties homelessness causes for people to find employment. And I think this would be a nice complement to help transition those people who are in very vulnerable positions to perhaps transition into an opportunity, which then improves their lot in life and moves them forward in the whole cycle of becoming, looking forward to stable housing. And that's why I will be supporting Jillian. Thank you.
Fair enough. Anyone, Councillor Neal? Go ahead, Councillor Neal.
Yes, just a quick reminder, Jillian Councillor Chappelle is exactly right. She makes a living working at Keys, does an excellent job. Everybody here knows I'm never a rubber stamp to the recommendations that come from KEDCO, but let's remember that she has been put forward by KEDCO, and she is the logical person probably to be a chair for KEDCO coming up. This, if I don't want to impugn motive here, but I think in trying to put Jillian on a different committee will mean that she won't be eligible for her first choice. So I will not be supporting Jillian. She would be great at this. She'll also be a good chair wherever she is. So thank you. I think there's a point of order. Somebody's going to say I impugned motive here. Go ahead.
You did impugn motive, but you know what? I can live with that. That's going to. I'm not going to begrudge you because you've got a tactile mind. I'm impressed. No, my concern was that we were promoting candidates, not disallowing candidates, and that's why I was calling point of order. So I was following the protocol. So I would offer back to Councillor Neal an opportunity to promote a candidate rather than disqualify a candidate.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Stroud, do you want to support any particular candidate or argue for them?
Yes, sorry. Yes, I'm in favor of Andy White, but the whole, I don't want to rehash the whole discussion, but we didn't solve the question of the eligibility. We just arbitrarily ruled them ineligible. And
well, not to be fair, Councillor Stroud, not arbitrarily.
It is arbitrary because the person must know how to read. So why did they apply?
Because people do. They do. She's not the first one to apply that didn't live in the city.
An assumption. There is a way around this without disqualifying a candidate without cause, and that would be to select two nominees and an alternate. We said we decide to select three, and before the clerk intervenes, we can do whatever we want. We're an advisory committee, and we select three, and with an alternate, and if then one of the three is ruled ineligible, we're not left short. And if they're eligible, they can be an alternate, because at the very least, we want two publicly appointed reps at all the meetings. And when you're only appointing two and one of them can't make the meeting, then you only have one. So then you're even in a worse vote. So I guess I'm proposing, I guess it's an amendment to the recommendation, that we appoint two members and one alternate member to this committee.
Well, yeah, okay. Now that has been done in the past, so it can be done. I don't think okay, point of order, Councillor Neal.
Going for a personal record on point of orders tonight. I apologize. I don't believe that we as a committee can change the terms of reference of committees. This committee is established by council motion. I would prefer, Peter, if you put, she was my first choice until we found out about the geography problem. I will, if she is on the floor to be voted for, I'll vote for her. If we find out, if she does garner enough votes to be selected, and it turns out that she wasn't eligible, then we have a single, a very, very short meeting in the near future to pick a replacement from the people that have already applied here. So if that, I'm looking to the clerk for a nod and a wink, if that would work. So Peter's right, we're not sure if she's totally ineligible. So let's have an opportunity to vote. If she gets selected and she isn't eligible, then we have to get together for 5 minutes and have another vote next week, but we won't need a full meeting.
You
Is
know,
that accurate, Janet?
Sorry, so I guess just to answer a couple of things that were brought up, you know, as to why they check the box that says, do you meet the qualifications for your chosen committee or board? When they don't appear to live in the city of Kingston and we have nothing to validate that they do. They're not the only person who's done that in the past. They're not the only person who's done that this time. We did disqualify at least 3 other people who applied for committees who are outside of the city of Kingston jurisdiction. This one just, it slipped through. We can't appoint an alternate because that would be amending the membership of the committee, which would require an amendment to the committee bylaw. If for some reason between now and when council makes its final decision, if a member of this committee was able to satisfy themselves that this person was indeed a resident of the city of Kingston or a business owner in the city of Kingston, they could make an amendment to the recommendation from nominations when this comes to council. You know, and I could endeavor to reach out to this person to ask them to verify whether or not they're a business owner in the city of Kingston. So I could offer that as an option. If you have 2 people tonight and there's more information that comes forward, an amendment could be proposed at council.
okay, I think that's pretty reasonable. I just want to make sure that it's not just being a business owner, it's being a property owner, right?
I will go back to section 210 of the bylaw and read it again. Just let me search for that section. Okay, so section 210 says citizen appointees to committees listed in this bylaw, excluding technical representatives, must be at least 18 years or older, a resident/business owner in the city of Kingston, and be one of the following: a Canadian citizen or a permanent resident, a person who has been given permanent resident status by immigrating to Canada but is not a Canadian citizen and has resided in Kingston for at least 1 year.
Okay. So a resident or a prince or a business owner, right? Okay.
We did have an incumbent councillor who did not reapply to this committee for that exact reason, in that they no longer live in the city of Kingston.
Right, and that has also happened on a number of occasions in the past. Councillor Stroud.
Move that we vote on the eligibility Councillor Neal's suggestion that we include Ms. White in the vote, because the chair ruled her ineligible without evidence.
That's, you know,
The reason.
I'm sorry, but that's just wrong. There's plenty of evidence. There's a lack of evidence to prove that they should be included. That's the problem. That's the line.
I'm sorry, but you can't put a slate of candidates in front of a committee and then give an opinion that they're later ineligible because a committee member finds that their address is outside the city. That's not enough. It's not enough.
According to the rules, it is.
If that is the only criteria, but it's not.
I don't know what the countervailing evidence would be. You're not a resident / business owner of in the city of Kingston, then you're not eligible. Among other things, you could be 17 years old.
And the right thing to do, Mr. Chair, the right thing to do, Mr. Chair, is to take the information at face value, vote on their qualifications, and if they're ruled ineligible, let the clerks rule them ineligible. They haven't done so. And you have the deputy clerk stating an opinion that she's eligible, but nobody has done any research.
I think we did do some research earlier in this meeting, and the clerk told us basically what her opinion was.
What does the clerk's department do with these applicants in the first place when they apply? Isn't the first thing they do look up their address?
They've admitted that they probably made a mistake in this issue, in this instance. They've said that.
I don't buy that explanation. I don't. And I don't think it's fair to the applicant.
There's another wrinkle involved here too. We have already voted once on the basis that they would not be included. It doesn't seem to me you can change horses now.
Well,
You eliminated somebody from consideration on the basis of that understanding.
no. What you're doing, Mr. Chair, is you're giving your opinion and you're allowing the clerk to give her opinion on a question of eligibility, which is a legal question. So let's get some legal advice in here. If that's what we're going to do.
Well, we're not going to get legal advice one way or the other tonight, right? So the clerk has supplied an out for the committee that.
You're agreeing with it because it's convenient, not because it's correct.
No, I think it is correct. Now, whether the person is a business owner in the city, that we know they're not a resident. If they're not, if they're a business owner is what we don't know. And so it's simple speculation. And I'll remind you that Councillor Chappelle withdrew the name. And I gave people an opportunity to put that name forward, and it wasn't done. I waited. I remember waiting, but it wasn't done. I even asked you.
I absolutely think it's imperative that we defer this particular item so that staff can clear up the question 100% about this person's eligibility. That's the only fair thing to do.
Well, you would need to make.
Let's vote this question unresolved. You're making an assumption, Mr. Chair, and the clerk is making an assumption, and they're both could be grounds for a lawsuit.
I very much doubt that. The point is, you can only go on the evidence you've got. And Councillor Chappelle has a question. I'll get back to you, Councillor Stroud. Go ahead, Councillor Chappelle.
Yes, through your chair. Through the chair. You know what? I'm going to recant my decision to remove her. I do like Councillor Stroud's perspective. Is it possible the clerk call the applicant just to confirm? Will that resolve it, or is that out of order? I don't know. That might just be
unusual. Whether it's out of order or not, I don't know.
I'm just wondering if that just might resolve it.
I don't know. I'll ask the clerk what she thinks. It's a point of order, really. Somebody could object. Councillor, Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that would be unfair because we are reaching out to an individual to ask for more information with respect to their application. Specifically, there are 48 candidates before you tonight, including the applications that were received on the addendum. And it would not be fair, in my opinion, to treat one applicant different than another applicant. Like I've mentioned, we do frequently get applicants who apply from outside of the city of Kingston. It is unfortunate that in this case, we did not double check this address. I have checked the municipal property database that we have, this property is definitely outside of the city of Kingston. There's nothing in this application that leads me to believe that this person is a business owner in the city of Kingston. There is an incumbency on the applicant to prove that they are applicable and that they are qualified. I don't believe they have done so in this case. I am not disputing the validity of her qualifications per se. I am saying that there is nothing here to lead me to believe that she is qualified in terms of her residency. And she's given us nothing to tell us that she's a business owner.
Okay. It's
Point of
getting,
order.
yeah, point of order. Go ahead.
The question from the member to the clerk was not to repeat her earlier argument. The question from the member to the clerk was, is it possible to contact the member to clear up the question of eligibility so that we can vote on it tonight? That's the question.
My response to that, Councillor Stroud, is that I felt that it would be unfair to single out individual members to contact them for more information. You have 48 applications. They should be treated on their basis, on the information that they have provided to you. It would not be appropriate to single out one member for additional information.
The question is, can you contact the applicant to clear up
No,
of eligibility? Yes or no?
no, it would not. No, it would be inappropriate to do so from a fairness point of view.
In your opinion,
Yes.
but we don't have a legal opinion.
Councillor Stroud, that's the opinion of the clerk, and that's who we look to for.
Irrelevant. The opinion of the clerk is not relevant.
It certainly is.
No. What is relevant is whether or not we can find our way out of this impasse and determine the eligibility of the applicant rather than ruling them ineligible without knowing.
Councillor just a second here. Councillor Chappelle, did you get that email? I can't.
Yes, it appears to me that the applicant has a Kingston address, been going through some marital dispute, so she does have a Kingston address.
Has she been a resident in the city for a year?
She's been in Kingston. That's the only place I've seen her.
Councillor Hutchison, the obligation to be a resident in Kingston is only for a permanent resident, like for a non-citizen with permanent residency status.
Oh, is it? Okay. Okay. So as long as you're living here, you're eligible, correct?
Yes.
I can update the address as 145 First Avenue, Apartment A, K7K 2H1.
Okay. So
That's around the corner. I can go knock on her door.
really, so Madam Clerk, what do we make of that?
If the committee is satisfied that this person is a resident of Kingston, then they are eligible to be included for consideration to this committee. If for some reason their address changes subsequently that makes them unable to be a member of the committee, then they would have to be removed and we would come back to, we would recruit again and this committee would reconvene to look for a new appointment.
Okay, that sounds reasonable to me. So based on the evidence we have in front of us right now, I suggest that we add, re-add the person to the list of nominees. Does the committee agree with that? Okay, so by a show of hands or roughly, that we came to that conclusion. Okay, so I'm gonna start again with all of the nominees. One person was eliminated, but we've gone through such permutations, I think we should start again. And then we'll go from there. Okay. Has everyone spoken to the nominees that wishes to do so? Okay. with that in mind, I will proceed. Okay. Number 1, Lydia Ackley. 1.
No, I was just waving.
Okay, don't do that.
It's getting late.
There was 1 vote for Lydia Ackley. Okay. You have 2 votes. Don't forget that. Okay. Number 7, Kathy Borowick. I see none. Number 8, Sophie Chan. I don't see any for that one either. Number 20.
There was 1.
Mr. Chair, Councillor Neal voted for the previous candidate.
Sophie Chan? Okay, I didn't see his hand.
I wasn't waving that time.
Okay, all right. Number 12, Cindy Dunning. None. The number 26, Michelle McCautry. 1. Number 30, Richard Moulton. 1. Let's see now, number 40, Ted Smith. 1. Number 41, Ivan Stolkovich. None. Number 43, Jillian Waters. 2. Number 45, Andy White. 3. Okay, on that basis, number 45, Andy White is elected because that's the majority of the committee as it's currently explained. There's 1 person with 2. That's not a majority. Let's see, 1 person was, 2 people were eliminated. I'm just checking, make sure. Oh no, 3 people were eliminated. And so that left Lydia Ackley, Sophie Chan, Michelle McCautry, Richard Moulton, and Ted Smith, and Jillian Waters. Okay, so I'm going to run through those again. And everybody has 1 vote. Okay, so number 1, Lydia Ackley. Oh, okay, 0. Number 8, Sophie Chan. 0. Number 26, Michelle McCautry. 1. Number 30, Richard Moulton. What's happening, Councillor Doherty?
It looked like Jim put his hand up for Michelle.
I did.
Oh, I can't. Yeah, Councillor Neal, could you sit forward? I can't see your hands.
Sure.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So did you vote for Michelle McCautry?
I did.
Okay.
So my votes are gone.
Okay. Number 30, Richard Moulton. I think that's 1. Okay. There's 1. That was me. Number 40, Ted Smith. 0. Number 43, Jillian Waters. 2. Okay. So that was indecisive. The low number gets knocked off. So that means Ackley and Chan are eliminated. And Ted Smith. And that leaves, let me just double check here. Michelle McCautry, Richard Moulton. Let's see, and Jillian Waters. So,
I'm sorry.
Neil,
The middle name that you gave, I think there was only one vote for that
that's
person.
right, but the low number was 0. So those are the low number gets knocked off. So, okay.
Okay,
So this might get, well, it's going to get taken care of one way or the other, okay?
It's ranked balloting in real time, Jim.
What's that? Okay. So, all right. So for the first name that's left is number 26, Mel McCautry. Those in favor? That's 3. Well, that settles it. There's no point in going on. It's a majority, correct, Madam Clerk? I can't hear you.
I only saw your hand up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
I gave her 3 votes, Councillor Neal, myself, and Councillor Doherty. And that's a majority, so it can't turn out any other way. I can go on and call the vote if you want, but it's just math, right?
All I'm saying is I was watching the screen and I didn't see their hands, I just saw your hands because the other votes were too quick. That's all I was saying.
Oh, okay. So we can do it again if you like. Shall we do it again? Okay, here we are.
It was 3-2. 3 for McCarthy and 2 for Waters.
Well, it would have been, I guess. Yeah. I just called the vote because it was 3 out of 5, right? And that settles it. Okay, so those are the 2 people. And so we go on to, theoretically, Arts Advisory. And so, I think it's on 617 of the, well, yeah, 617 of the printed version. Yes, Madam Clerk. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to share that it was page 644 of the PDF agenda.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Are we okay there? Folks, have everybody found their place?
Maybe Madam Clerk could remind us which of these candidates has already been chosen for a previous committee. As we have the convention that we don't put people on multiple committees.
I'm just doing a quick scan here. I believe we appointed Paul Banfield to Heritage Kingston. And Arthur Milnes as well to Heritage Kingston.
Mr. Mitchell as well.
Well, we only appointed 2 people to Heritage Kingston. Let me just flip back in my notes here.
Mitchell and Banfield, I think.
It was Mitchell and Banfield. Let me just.
Yeah, Banfield already been appointed. That's for sure.
For Heritage Kingston, I'm sorry, I have Mr. Paul Banfield and Mr. Donald Mitchell. My apologies.
They're the only 2 I see. Councillor Doherty?
Thank you, through your chair. I wonder if staff could confirm Kate Littlejohn is the incumbent, and I wonder how much she's been on there because she is actually fantastic on this committee too. And she's great.
I will ask my colleague James Thompson just to verify that, as he's the clerk for that committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know the exact length of Miss Littlejohn's term. However, she's definitely in the first third of her term. I believe this is probably her second year that she was on the committee. So she's definitely not in the fourth, fifth, or sixth range. And even maybe not the third, but Mr. Chair, I believe Councillor Neal might be able to help me with my memory further.
Councillor Neal?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, Katie Littlejohn, I think it's just coming up to the end of her second year. She's really, really active in the community. She's volunteered for several of the working groups, including the Mayor's Arts Award. I was on that subcommittee working group with her. She'd be an excellent candidate, deserves to be reappointed.
Okay. Anyone wish to speak to any other candidate? Councillor Chappelle.
Yes, through your chair, I would like to support Arthur Mills. I was hoping that he would be on Heritage Kingston, but I think this would also be a suitable place for him with respect to his love and passion for the community of Kingston.
Okay. Anyone else? I'm not seeing any. Okay, so we have two. I wanted to suggest that there's two or three other people here that would be good, and Ms. Littlejohn's changed the job she had when she was first appointed. Now works for the government. So I thought that number 3, Alina Denham, has had quite a good tenure at Queen's in terms of cultural marketing and so on. And that might be useful on this committee. And then a couple of artists, Tim Fort is an actor and a director, and has been at Queen's for a long number of years. And Brandon Stachel is part of the music industry and with wide experience in the city, across the country, internationally. So that often doesn't get represented on the Arts Advisory, seems to me. So I think they're worth it. But to narrow it down, I'll just put Ms. Denham's name forward, because there's only one vote, so I'll do that. Councillor Stroud.
Proposing a candidate, Eric Rutherford. He's an accomplished actor. He even had the leading role in a film. Film is a growing sector in Kingston, and I believe there is, I could be wrong, but I don't know if we've got other members of the committee that have direct film experience.
The name is, sorry?
Sorry, the name is Eric Rutherford.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you.
So if you read the, it's quite an interesting application, but it mentions film, so film experience, and even on the imdb.com website, apparently, as an actor.
Okay.
So, and I was just saying that the film sector, the growing film sector in Kingston, and to my knowledge, there's no other film rep with film experience on the Arts Advisory Board, but I could be wrong about that.
Okay. Fair enough. So I've added that. I've now got 4 possible, well, 4 nominees that have been shortlisted. So anyone else? Councillor Neil.
I just wanted to point out that there's the artistic director for the Canadian Film Festival is on the committee, and there's one other filmmaker whose name escapes me right now that's on the committee as well. So
Okay, fair enough. Anyone else? Any other nominees? Okay, so I'm going to start with 4 nominees and 1 vote. Everyone has 1 vote. Okay. So the first one is number 3, Helena Denham. 1. Number 9, Katie Littlejohn. 2. Number 11, Arthur Milnes. 1. Number 14, Eric Rutherford. 1. Okay. So I think that leaves us in a situation where I believe someone has to change their vote, okay? If we're going to get a decision here. So based on what Councillor Neil said and a couple other comments, I'm willing to change my vote to Katie Littlejohn. So we'll just vote again and the result will come clear, right? In case someone changes their vote one way or the other, it won't work out, right? But I'm signaling that it could work out, okay? So number 3, Helena Denham. None. Number 9, Katie Littlejohn. 3. Number 11, well, that finishes it. Number 11, Arthur Milnes. 1. Number 14, Eric Rutherford. 1. Okay, so that nominates Katie Littlejohn to continue on the committee. Okay, so now we're on to the Police Services Board. We have 1 vote. Councillor Neil, would you care to start?
yeah, happy to. Couple of comments. I think I shared this information with you, but the expansion of the Police Services Board came about with the amendment to the Police Services Act last year. And the reason why it was increased, and next year it's supposed to be increased again, was to allow for people from a visible minority or to have a greater presence on Police Services Board. So that was the rationale. I'll point out the people that I'm aware of that are indeed from visible minorities, and if other people wish to, clearly we don't have to vote that way, but that was the rationale for the expansion. Jimmy Hassan, I think we all know him. Noor Mazim and Constantine Mugenja are the 3 visible minority people that I'm aware of. If anybody is aware of somebody else on the list, feel free to put that name forward. So
okay.
I would go.
Sorry. Go
I
ahead.
would nominate number 22, Constantine. If you read her, she has a very interesting biography. She's Afro-Indian descent. So So that's who I would nominate. And that's on page 770, if you want to take a quick look.
Right, okay. Councillor Doherty? Nominations?
So, yep. So, and for anybody who's looking at the electronic version, Constantine Manganga is on 806, and that was my choice. And I'd like to add that Constantine is is a social worker, includes the Kingston Community Health Center, Pathways to Education, has lots to offer. So that's definitely my choice.
Okay. Councillor Stroud?
I'd like to nominate the loser of the draw the name out of a hat we had for this board yesterday. Councillor Neal. He got 6 votes at council. I mean, he came pretty close. We can't do that, can we?
I appreciate that, but next year there will be a spot for a second counselor. But this is my last 2 years, so it'll have to be one of you, I believe. So.
Okay, then just to make it a real vote, I will nominate Jimmy Hassan. I agree with Councillor Neal's rationale.
Okay, fair enough. Councillor Chappelle?
Yes, through your chair. A real community champion that does a lot for the community, has his own community TV show, continues to post giving toothbrushes and pizzas and everything away to help our schools, as well as our nurses and doctors. A real community champion who's also a visible minority and very involved with the Pakistani community is Jimmy Hassan, and he has my support.
Thank you. Okay, so I believe there are 3 nominees so far, and I agree with those, actually. 13 Jimmy Hassan, 19 Noor Mazloum, and 22 Constantine Mugenda. So I was really divided between number 13, number 22, between Jimmy Hassan and Constantine Mugenda. I think they might be both good. I think Jimmy Hassan has been in the community longer, had longer time to build up an impressive resume. He did lobby me. He might have lobbied you. I don't know. I didn't give him an answer. I wouldn't do that. But so given that it seems that most of the the committee is leaning that way, I will probably vote with him. So having said that, it's in a way too bad, because I think those 2 nominees, in particular, Noor Mazloum is pretty young. She's got a way, she has lots of chances ahead of her, I think. And so I'm gonna take the vote, the nomination vote here with those 3 nominees, unless someone wants to add somebody else. Okay, just being sure. Okay, all those in favor of number 13, Jimmy Hassan? 3. We have 1 vote, okay? Just let me double check. Make sure, yep. And number 19, Noor Mazloum? No, okay. Number 22, Constantine Mugenda? 2. Okay, so that result means that Jimmy Hassan is the nominee on a majority vote. So for the Police Services Board. Now moving along, the Kingston Frontenac Housing Corporation Board.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
I just wanted to share the PDF page of the agenda with the list of names is page 881.
oh, thank you so much. And I believe not all the pages have numbers on them, so it gets a bit confusing. The list is between 847 and 848, okay, in the printed version. So do with that what you may. So we have 25 applicants, and we have to appoint 2. So you want to start, Councillor Stroud? Go ahead.
No, I have a question about,
Just
there's 3 footnotes. So these are current members, but they're their terms are all expiring at the end of this month, correct? Then the 3 footnotes, 1, 2, and 3?
I don't know about Mr. Kerr.
I looked it up. Mr. Kerr has another year on the library board.
Even if we don't
It's.
have to
it's-
do anything to make
it's
that
next
happen,
year.
is that it? Okay. Okay, well, that's helpful. Thank you.
And what about Ms. Shell? Is her term expiring on Arts Advisory?
I'm not sure. Perhaps the clerk has that information. I don't think it was mentioned in the.
For you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Shell is still a current member of the Arts Advisory Committee for the next year, at least 2021.
And Mr. Fudge is on Committee of Adjustment for at least another year?
For the term of council, Councillor Stroud.
Okay, so those are all ongoing committee members.
Correct.
Could I
Right.
point out, if I could point out, Liz Shell served on this board for 4 or 5 years when she was a counselor, and she's a past chair of this. So I would think, I can't speak for her, but I would assume that this is the appointment she's really hoping for.
Well, it's rated number 1 there, so I think that's a fair assumption. Councillor Doherty.
So yeah, I'm on this committee, and also hope that that Liz Shell would also serve on the financial subcommittee, because she's an accountant and she has so much history with KFHC, so she has a lot to bring to it. But I just want to go back to get some feedback from more experienced councillors. So what are the rules? Do we say that you can't be on 2 committees at the same time? I know we do obviously have so many people applying all the time. It seems a fair thing to do, but
It's allowed, but we tend to try to avoid it. Traditionally, it's a general practice, but you don't have to follow it, right? So I think we've applied it fairly strictly in this council term. Nobody says you have to follow it, but generally the committee does. So, and previous councils have done the same too. So they at least tried, but occasionally somebody's really good at 2 things. Okay. So do you have a nominee besides, I don't know if you're nominating.
I know Mary Beth Shaw has been engaged in the community in several areas, anti-poverty. And so those were my 2 choices, Liz and Mary Beth.
Okay, that's okay. I've got that. And Councillor Doherty, your nominees?
yeah, I had Liz Shell, but I also had David Kirk. So, but I also had a few other people on the list as backup, and Mary Beth Shaw was one of them. So I don't know. Let's just have to listen and think.
Right. Councillor Stroud?
There's 2 spots, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
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 I was just thinking about former Councillor Shell because if I think in the list of priorities, what's important, this is an important board. It also, as Councillor Doherty mentioned, needs it could really benefit some professional experience. We all know the history of FHC and the recent upheaval and changes and so on. I actually think that in their list of priorities, whether you're serving on another advisory committee or it's advisory, I don't think that's a strong enough counter argument to from my list. So she remains one of my nominees. Sorry, I have to go back to the top. What was the page again?
Is between, do you want the printed version or the?
Either one, it's just 20 different.
Between 847 and 848 for some reason.
All right, I have marked up here.
Yeah, sorry about that. There's a couple of unnumbered pages, and it's one of them.
There it is. Okay, I got it.
Okay.
80, yeah. I'm gonna leave it at that for now. I think my second vote should go towards a candidate who gets the case made for them by one of my colleagues.
Okay, that's fair enough. Councillor Chappelle?
Am I on now? Great. Okay, good. Thank you, through your chair. Yes, I just want clarification from the clerk. Did Michelle McCockney, number 15, get appointed anywhere?
Yeah. Ooh, that's a good question.
I believe you are correct, Councillor Shell. I will just double back through my notes.
Madam Deputy Clerk, Ms. McCarty was appointed to the Housing and Homelessness Advisory Committee.
Okay, because I did like her. She was down as my number 1, so she's almost okay. She's already gone. Okay, then I'm going to nominate Bill Walsh, who has a significant amount of experience. Bill Walsh had served on the Bell Park Committee, and I think he was well regarded on the Bell Park Committee. That committee doesn't exist anymore, so I think he still wishes to continue serving. And he's got a significant amount of experience, management experience, executive experience, policy experience, and he's available on page 297 through 229. So he'll be the person I'll support.
If I could just point out, both Liz and Mary Beth, this was their first choice in both cases.
Right.
Well, Bill Walsh's first choice was Kedco. We know where that's going.
Okay. So I was a bit torn on this one. I was waiting towards David Kerr, has already been suggested, and another. I certainly wanted to consider Liz Shell, but however, I guess in my mind in this case, I'm waiting more that they're already on a committee, they're already serving, and that perhaps this is an opportunity for new blood. And so I was looking at Melissa Shoemaker's number 22 because it seems to be an up and comer. She's young, but she has been homeless and she's been getting her life together. You can see that very clearly from her her application. So I'm a bit torn there. If somebody has something to say about that, I'd be more than willing to listen. I recognize the other candidates as well as being good options. So I'll leave it at that. So I'm just going to go over them and make sure I got them all correct. I also made note again of Mr. Stolikovich. There's always, he's a tenant advocate. He certainly pursues what he believes in. And so I think I just wanted to consider it. I won't put him on the list since someone else wants to. The nominee list I'm talking about. The short list. So, okay, so I've got 12 David Kerr, 20 Liz Shell, 21 Mary Beth Shaw, 22 Melissa Shoemaker, and 25 Bill Walsh. Have I got them all? Councillor Stroud. Did you want to?
I like your idea of at least having Ivan Stojkovic on the roster for voting.
Okay, then I will put him on.
An advocate.
Okay, that's all. I was just looking for more than just being myself. Okay. Councillor Chappelle.
I just like to ask through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask my fellow councillor, Councillor Neal, if he sits on this committee.
I don't, but I believe Councillor Doherty does.
Okay, thank you.
So, do you have a question? Right? Okay. So one thing we might ask is whether there's some need or lack or something that this board needs.
Liz can help a lot. Liz has the background.
Right.
There's lots going on at the moment. I think everybody's hoping that Liz will be chosen for everything that she can bring to the table.
Ah, okay. Well, that's important to know.
Yeah.
So
she's
right. So what will happen if David Kerr or Liz Shell is nominated is that openings will appear on those where they now sit, and somebody else will have to convene to appoint somebody else.
No, we were told they have one more year.
Not if we appoint them here.
Yeah.
Oh, or actually, that's not true. Councillor, Madam Clerk, they'll be on 2 committees then, correct?
If you appoint Liz Shell to Housing and Home or the KFHC, then for the next year, she will be on 2 committees because I believe her term is, she has 1 more year at Arts Advisory.
Can I jump in just very quickly? Liz was on the nominations committee with me in a previous term. I'm sure she's aware of the protocol. I doubt if she would have put her name forward with such enthusiasm for this if she intended to be on 2 committees. So
that may be true. We just don't know, right? And the same would go for David Kerr, correct? So, Madam Clerk. Okay.
I didn't realize I was unmuted or wasn't unmuted. You had asked earlier about specific needs that this committee had perhaps identified, and I just wanted to draw your attention to the communication from the board chair that's attached to your
Right.
agenda,
Mhm.
where they've identified to appoint encouraging the committee to appoint a director with skills and interest in one of the or more of the following subjects: emerging needs of seniors in our region, population demographics and future trends for our region, board governance, particularly in the not-for-profit sector, housing and social needs in rural areas of our region, social and health services offered throughout our region.
All right. Well, you'll have to do what you'll do with that information. So I don't, I guess it speaks to experience on boards. So, so I will start with number 12, David Kerr. I'll pass my vote there. That's one. Number 20, Liz Shell. That's unanimous. It's 5. Number 21, Mary Beth Shaw. 1. Number 22, Melissa Shoemaker. 1. Number 23, Ivan Stolankovich. 1. Number 25, Bill Walsh. 1. Particularly enthusiastic 1, but still 1. So
Did you vote twice? I think you only.
Yeah, I did. I voted for Kerr and Shell.
Oh, yeah, okay, sorry.
Right? Remember, Shell was unanimous.
Yeah, I forgot Kerr.
We only have 5. That's why we went through you off, because we lost Robert. Okay, so what that's done is Liz Shell is elected. And let's see now. All the rest are in the running. So I will just say that now we put somebody really experienced on. Then I'm plumping for number 22, the young Melissa Shoemaker, who is formerly homeless and is, I think, trying to make something of herself. And at different times, different councillors have argued for just, let's have the public be represented. And normally I wouldn't do it because she's a student. And usually I find they don't stick at ads. So, but in this case, since we're not getting too many of those, I would. So does anybody else wish to speak in favor of one of the other names? Councillor Doherty.
I didn't put my hand up. Councillor Chappelle did.
Yeah, oh, did I say Doherty? Sorry. Councillor Chappelle.
I'm flattered. If I had her
Capacity? Is that the word you're looking for?
I was trying to be very polite. I was trying to attribute. I think is a good way to say it. I think that'd be approved by Councillor Neal.
Getting late, he was about to say something sexist.
No.
You're really tired when you can't do that. Okay.
I would just like to point out, you want someone with board experience. You're looking at Bill Walsh, who has an extensive amount. He is Dean of the School of Business in Nova Scotia, Director of Policy for Register of Motor Vehicles. He runs a consulting business now, Mind Spring, here in town. And he consults on all sorts of government initiatives. Talk about board structure and be able to help a board move along. I think there'd be some incredible skill sets there. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Anyone else wish to speak to, had second thoughts maybe? Councillor Stroud?
The reason I thought Ivan might be good is because I think that this board does need tenant advocacy at the table, because many of the issues that come up, with governance from that perspective. However, I believe you get that with Melissa Schumacher as well, that advocacy piece. And I believe, there basically I would say that she also fits the bill for that particular reason. So I'm willing to switch my vote to Melissa.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Remember, we have one vote left, okay? Just one. Councillor Chappelle.
I like the idea of having an advocate as well. So I'll switch my vote to Ivan.
To Ivan, okay, well, okay. That's fair enough. Councillor Doherty.
And you might have noticed at the beginning, I was going to suggest vote for David Kerr, but I changed to Melissa Schumacher because not only does she have experience, but also lived experience, but also she sounds energetic. You actually want someone who really brings energy to the table, and she brings youth to the table. So there's a lot going on there. This is a very attractive application, I thought. So I'm definitely
Fair
supportive.
enough. Yes, she struck me as needing to be very organized. She's so involved. Anyone else? Okay, so I have to go through all the names, okay, to be fair. So we have one vote. So here we go. Number 12, David Kerr. Number 21, Mary Beth Shaw. Number 22, Melissa Shoemaker. 5. 6, okay. 6. Number 23, Ivan Stolkovich. Number 25, Bill Walsh. I didn't see any votes for those last two. Okay, that means that Melissa Shoemaker, number 22, is nominated. So we go on to Kingston Environmental Advisory Forum.
This is page 966 in your PDF agenda.
And it's between 9:29 and 9:30 in the paper version, for what that's worth. So I'm more than willing to listen to other people on this one. So and I believe Councillor Neil, but maybe
And Councillor Osanic, I believe. I'm sorry. Councillor
I was
Doherty,
talking about
getting late.
being represented.
We're both on key.
Councillor Doherty, have you been on Keith or are you on?
Yeah, we're both, yeah. I'm on
Okay,
key.
so I'm looking for guidance personally. So I'll start with Councillor Doherty this time.
Okay, my pick was Emily Munro. She has lots of experience, lots to bring to the table. Ontario Ministry of the Environment and the 8 to 80. That's referring to age groups who keep people active in the environment and walking and active transportation. And she has lots to add to the.
Okay. All right. Oh, wait a minute. We're only getting one vote, so thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Neil.
I'd support Emily as well.
Okay.
I had 2 highlighted. She was one of the 2. So
Okay.
I will plump my vote for her. So
Oh, okay. Okay. You're allowed to make that other suggestion if you want.
it was Carla Texera, but I will,
Not go there?
I'll be voting for Emily.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to put her on the nominee list, then the short list. The other, Councillor Stroud. Any suggestion for Keith?
I'm fine to vote for Emily. I liked her.
Okay.
on the short list.
Councillor Chappelle,
I'd like to support Holly Knowles. I previously worked with her at the Parole Board of Canada, and she's an outstanding woman that would do a great job.
okay. All right. So I'm going to call the vote now. There are two nominees. And so all those in favor of the number 16, Holly Knowles. All those in favor, should have said that. All those in favor of number 19, Emily Monroe. I'm just looking at Councillor Stroud. I didn't see him vote for either. Maybe I got that wrong. How did you?
I was looking at Ms. Knowles' resume and my vote.
You're voting for her?
Yeah. So Ms. Knowles has my vote.
Okay, so that makes 2 for her and 3 for Emily Monroe. Okay, so that means Emily Monroe is the nomination for Keith. Okay. Moving along. Just making sure I'm not missing anything here. The Planning Advisory Working Group, but that's not required because it was filled back in June 2020. It was just an oversight. Now we have the technical representative appointments, which we don't get to nominate.
Mr. Chair, you might want to go back to KEDCO and MAC before we get to the second section of the agenda. And then that way we can do a catch-all vote for this section of the public appointees.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's fine too, sure. Why not?
Have we done Planning Advisory Working Group?
It's not happening because it was filled in June 2020.
Okay.
Are we doing the MAC first?
We can do it in any order you like. Well, actually, no. We set the agenda at the beginning. We have to do Keith. Then, sorry about that. So we have KEDCO, and we have 5 public members to choose. As we heard, KEDCO has made their nominations. I'm required to ask for input. I'm not even required to do, but that's the way I operate. So does anyone wish to kick this off with nominees? Councillor Chappelle.
David Leonard, Ryan De Silva, Ram Sharm.
Just a sec. Number 23, David Leonard, and what's the other one?
Ryan De Silva. I don't know what number that is.
What number is he?
I don't know yet. Hold on.
I believe that's number 9, Mr. Chair.
Oh, number 8. He's number 8.
Number 8. Raman Sharm.
Which one's that? Number's that?
I have it written down differently.
32.
Number 20, Kayla Kent.
Sorry?
Kayla Kent.
So Sharma and Kayla Kent,
Number 20.
number 20.
Yeah.
Okay,
And since Bill Walsh didn't get it, I'll appoint him as well. Because he didn't get it in the other committee. And this is his number 1 choice since Jim likes to comment on who's got a number 1 pick.
he's number 38. Okay, that's 5. All right, Councillor Neal,
I'll nominate number 39, Jillian Waters.
Okay,
And I'll put on the list, but I want to listen to the other nominees as well. But number 43, Lindsay Wise.
okay,
They're both incumbents.
fair enough. Councillor Doherty, you have any comment? Or nominees?
Yep, I did. So Anne Vivian Scott, number 36.
Right,
Tristan Bliss, number 5.
okay,
David Carnegie, number 7. The only incumbent that I kind of picked. Connie Glenn, number 16.
mm-hmm.
And Kathy Wilson.
Oh, yes.
And I don't know what number she is. I didn't write that down for some reason.
Cassie Wilson is number 42.
42. Yes.
Okay. Councillor Stroud,
Been a long night. Did 25 Mr. Lightfoot get appointed at the beginning?
yeah, he did, he did.
Committee of Adjustment, Mr. Chair.
Right, he was on my list.
Are you putting him on here or are you leaving him off?
No, he's already been appointed to.
Okay, all right.
So I also had number 8, Ryan De Silva, and I'll might as well say why. He's from the manufacturing sector. He's a millwright. So technical frontline expertise working in a factory in the manufacturing sector. It was always going on about how that's important to grow with that. We do have that one new plant just starting up. But that I really thought, because of all the candidates, he's the only one with that background. That's why I have him. I also have Anne Vivian Scott, number 36.
Yeah, okay.
She's already on the list. Is there anyone else that hasn't already been mentioned? 22, Alexander Legnini.
Okay,
And the other 2 that I had have already been mentioned.
okay. So I'm as it happens, when I was on KEDCO, I worked with all the incumbents. And in my view, they all did a good job. And I mean, I knew there was a kerfuffle with KEDCO and all that, but these people had nothing to do with that. It predated them before they ever got on the board. So it's, I think that's important to realize. So they were stuck with a mess, but it wasn't a mess they made. So I think that's important. And so my choices are David Carnegie, because I think he did the job well of the chair. It was not easy, but he did it. And he also did the extras. All the people who were incumbents did the extras. They were on committees, they did the work. I sat on a finance committee with them, and we actually did stuff that was beneficial to KEDCO as a corporation. So let me see. So I'm in favor of Anne Vivian Scott because she has come up through the system, so to speak. She was with Partech or sponsored by Partech, a bit of both, I think. And she has got a small technology firm that ships internationally, and she knows how the mentoring and support systems work that KEDCO has been trying to put in place for years. It's this type of system that I really believe in from my point of view, because that's how Mondragon, the cooperative Basque system works. They mentor all their industries, and they're very careful about it because of limited resources. So this is type of version of that in a different way. And it's like a test case, like a pilot project in a sense that this one really worked. So if we can make it work once with the help of somebody who's been through that system, maybe we can make it work again, because we are a relatively small city and we need to marshal our support systems. So we'll see how that goes. And I'll get to you, Councillor Chappell. The Jillian Waters, now she is touted to be they're expecting the next chair of KEDCO. This is really important because not only is she good and dependable and sharp, but she works for Keys, and she would be, in my memory, the first community-based chair of KEDCO, not a business person per se. Her forte is labor force training and employment and initiatives. And I found her to be quite good. I think the community people there bring a different view, and I think it's very important on KEDCO to have that. And it's just not that they're necessarily in disagreement, they bring a different view of things because their business, their work lives have been different, right? And that's important. And then they chose Kathy Wilson. Well, I think the system that KEDCO uses is very common and has been used before. And I'm in a sense, given all the other people, the nominations, I think she probably sounds like somebody who's quite competent and will do what KEDCO is looking to do in the areas in which they are pursuing their economic development plans in line with the city overall priorities. I think that's all, Frank. And someone else mentioned Lizzie Wise. She is a market research and consulting services. She does marketing intelligence and software. And in my experience, she was very good, very assiduous and responsible, and served on committees. Most of these people are serving out there. The three incumbents are serving out their terms, and I think it's important for the continuity of the organization, and that they know what they're doing. And took them a year probably or more, but they got there, and now I think we should let them finish out their terms. It's the effective thing to do for the corporation. And I think what we need in Kingston right now is some stability, and we need to follow up on the initiatives we do have. And I don't want to put words in the mouth of KEDCO, but I think more or less that's what they're trying to do. So those are my reasons for the 5 people I brought up. We seem to agree on some of them, but I'm not going to take the chance of guessing which ones they are. So unless there's other comment, I will start the voting process. Councillor Chappell, go ahead.
No, I didn't have a chance to talk about the people that I was going to. I thought we were just listing the names.
Oh, I thought you did. I'm sorry.
No, I listed names, but I didn't go why I want David Leonard.
Oh, yeah. No, by all means, go ahead.
Well, David Leonard would offer an exceptional context from the point of view of the private sector manufacturing health sciences opportunity, and that's in line with where the city is going.
Mm-hmm.
Agree that Anne Vivian Scott is a true leader. I do think there's opportunity for her. She's got a great experience, so I agree with many of my colleagues on her for sure. I do agree with Ryan De Silva because the project management, construction, all those things that we need help with moving forward. Sharma, he's got great experience from corporate employment strategy, business analysis systems, stuff that are so often need around the boardroom table. And Kyla Kent is a young, aggressive HR consultant. I think she'll bring a lot of energy to the organization. I'm very impressed with her. But there's one person that we missed that everyone was giving accolades to, who's on this list as well, is number 28, Constantine Menunga. And I think would be really disenfranchising the city if we don't put her on the committee. She was on the police services board everyone wanted. So, and we've already spoken about her.
Yeah, she was strongly
Yes.
considered, yes. So, anyone else wish to take part in the, I think a couple people have supported their decisions or their considerations. Councillor Stroud.
Can I just have a couple minutes to read a little bit more? This stuff is, there's so many candidates. I think we're pretty close at finding consensus on several candidates. I just wanted to read a bit because of the number of names that have been mentioned. So far, can we just have a list of who has been suggested?
Oh, who I've got? Yes.
Then I would suggest we take a short recess so we can all review their applications individually again before we continue.
Well, I'm willing to give you a few minutes if you like.
Let's take 2 or 3 minutes. But so we've got, I mean, from memory, we've got Carnegie.
Councillor Stroud, I can just lift them off because I've been keeping track. Okay. Okay. So, and if I'm making mistakes, by all means, let me know. Okay. Number 5, Tristan Bliss. Number 7, David Carnegie. Number 8, Ryan De Silva. Number 16, Connie Glenn. I'm a little, can somebody confirm that he's on the list? Like, I'm pretty sure he is. Okay. Number, yep.
I was just going to say I have him on the list.
Oh, great. Wonderful.
It's her.
Number 20, Kyla Kent. Number 22, Alexander Legnini. Number 23, David Leonard. Number 28, Constantine Mugenga, excuse me. Number 32, Raman Sharma. Number 36, Anne Vivian Scott. Number 39, Jillian Waters. Number 42, Kathy Wilson. Number 43, Lindsay Wise. So quite a few. I have to whittle it down. So Councillor Stroud, hopefully that was helpful. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. That is helpful. So we have about a dozen list with 5 spots.
14 to be exact.
14, yeah. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pick my top 3 out of that short list.
Sure.
And then maybe people will have another opportunity to state weaknesses or strengths. I'm just going to take a moment to choose my top 3 and see who they are. Just one moment. Yeah. So I'm only picking 3. That way I have 2 votes left over to pick 2 more. But the 3 that I will speak for are Ryan De Silva, like I mentioned before.
Right.
Manufacturing. I like the idea of Constantine Mugenga. I didn't have her on my list at the beginning, but she did come a very close second to Police Services Board, and person of color with international experience, a different perspective. I think that's the exact kind of new blood we need on this board. I mean, Mr. Chardon himself said they wanted a mixture of incumbents and new blood. And then my third that makes it my top 3 is Anne Vivian Scott.
Is who? Sorry?
Number 36 and Vivian Scott.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Okay, unless there's further comment, I will start the voting process. Okay. I've already read them out, so I'm not going to do that. Okay. Number 5, Tristan Bliss. Okay, 0. Number 7, David Carnegie. 2. Number 8, Ryan De Silva. 3.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I thought I saw Counselor Doherty's hand go up there as well.
Oh, did you? Okay, I must have missed that. Okay, so that would be 4.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Just ask people to put their hands way up. Okay. Number 16, Connie Glenn. 0. Number 20, Kyla Kent. 1. Number 22, Alexander.
Sorry, again, sorry to interject again, Mr. Stroud. I think I saw Counselor Stroud's hand go up as well as Counselor
Did it?
Chappelle's.
Okay. Sorry about that. There was a delay there because I even looked up afterwards. So like I said, if you hold your hand up until the vote is announced, then it's easier. Okay. So Alexander Legnini. Okay, I'm seeing 0. 23, David Leonard. 1. 28, Konstantin Muginga. 4. Number 32, Raman Sharma. I see 1. Number 36, Anne Vivian Scott. I see 4. Number 39, Jillian Waters. I see 3. Number 42, Kathy Wilson. I see 1. Number 43, Lindsay Wise. I see 2. Okay. So the zeros come off. That would be number 5. And
We have the correct number of votes. Did somebody vote more than once or more than 5 times?
I don't think so, but I can't tell really. Okay, so here's the thing. The people who got 4 are elected. Okay, I would say. Madam Clerk, would you agree?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And to answer Counselor Chappelle's question, I've been keeping track by initials and I don't see anybody voted more than 5 times.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so as you know, we had 5 nominations to come up with. We've settled 3, so that leaves everybody with 2 votes. The ones with 0 come off. Just wait while I do that.
Mr. Chair, there was only 1 with 0, but there was a number with only.
Oh, wait a minute. Number 39, Jillian Waters had 3, so she would be elected as well. That's a majority of the committee. So we're
suggesting, Mr. Chair, is that we eliminate the number 1s as well, because we had a number that had 2 votes. We had 3 anyway that had 2 votes.
Mr. Chair, I have Tristan Bliss and Connie Glenn and Alexander Legnini with 0. Is that to
Exactly.
match? Okay.
Yep. I think I was in the process of saying that. I don't know if I actually got there. So the thing is that the number ones, that's not the process we use. So it's the low number, it's cut off. And the high number, if they're sufficient, they get elected. And we figured that out. So the ones that are being elected are 8, Ryan De Silva, 28, Constantine Magenga, 36, Ann Vivian Scott, and 39, Jillian Waters. Okay. So I will start again with the 2s and the 1s. Okay.
We have 1 vote?
No, you have 2 votes. No, you have 1 vote now. That's correct. I'm sorry. I failed to see the one that had 3. So that was an election because it's 3 out of 5 votes.
So we have 3.
Now have 1 vote left.
1 spot.
1 spot. And we have to decide what it's going to be.
Wait. I need to think about this because my people got either elected or eliminated. Just give me 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, everybody else ready? All right, please remember to keep your hands up, okay?
Can I just,
Yep.
just give me a second. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure out who I have left here.
Okay. You okay now?
Yeah.
Okay. So once again, we have 1 vote and numerous opportunities to cast it. So here we go. Number 7, David Carnegie. It's 2. Let's see now. Number 20, Kyla Kent. 2. Okay, number 23, David Leonard. Okay. Just a sec, I gotta keep up with myself here. Number 32, Raman Sharma. Sorry, I should be speaking out loud. 0 and 0, those last 2. And number 42, Kathy Wilson. Okay, 0. Number 43, Lindsay Wise. 2. Okay, so we have eliminated.
Point of order. We recorded 6 votes with 5 of us here, so someone voted twice.
Oh, you know what? I think that was me. Okay.
I believe it was Councillor Hutchison. I had
yep,
you down
yep,
for
yep.
David Carnegie and Lindsay
Yep.
Wise, but I missed who the
Yep.
second voter was for Lindsay
Yep.
Wise.
My apologies. I got thrown off by a variety of factors. So, okay, so number 3, Lindsay Wise got 1.
It doesn't make it, it doesn't matter because the zeros get knocked off and we have a final vote with 3 candidates, it looks like.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm eliminating 23 David Leonard, 32 Raman Sharma, 42 Kathy Wilson, and that's it. So what's left is 43 Lindsay Wise. I got to track my way up here. I track 20 Kyla Kent and 7 David Carnegie. We have 1 vote, okay? And 3, I believe, Madam Clerk, we have 3 candidates I just named, correct?
Yes, I believe so. I have David Carnegie. I believe you mentioned him.
20 Kyla Kent.
20 Kyla Kent and Lindsay Wise.
Right. Okay. Here we go. All right. 7 David Carnegie. 2. What am I? 20 Kyla Kent. 3. I think that settled it. 43 Lindsay Wise. Okay, so that means that Kyla Kent was elected. So that's it. Are we okay, Madam Clerk? We got
Yes,
it?
we are, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So on to Municipal Accessibility Advisory Committee.
Which is page 198 on your PDF agenda.
Yeah, and it's number between 188 and 189 if you have the paper version. Now, about MAC, as a majority of the committee must be disabled in some fashion. It's a requirement of the act, as is indicated in the description for the committee. I don't think that's a problem based on my going through the applications. If, and this is just a suggestion, of course, if we were to appoint all of the incumbents, which speaks to continuity, of course, we would have 9 incumbents. We have to have 15 nominated. And 7 of them would be incumbents.
15?
Sorry?
Isn't it 15?
Yeah, 15.
Just for clarification, Mr. Chair, I believe there's 8 incumbents.
Well, you're going to have to tell me who I haven't got here.
I have Andrew Ashby, which
Yeah.
is number 2.
Yeah,
Caitlin Bruce, number 6.
yeah,
Kate Deacon, number 7.
yeah,
Chloe Godin-Jacques, number
Yeah.
10. Glenn Griffiths, number 11.
Yeah.
Susan Mockler, 15. Leah
Yeah.
Riddell, 18. Sherry
Yeah.
Scott, 19.
And what about David Williams at the bottom?
Oh, yes, you're correct.
He's the chair.
Yes,
So, okay, so we got 9 incumbents. 7 of them have some sort of disability as far as I could figure. So we only need to find, out of the 6 we have left to nominate, only one of them has to have a disability. Now, turns out numbers of these people are quite qualified, okay? So I don't think that's going to be a problem.
No, I'm on that committee. It won't be an issue.
No. So, So my suggestion is that the committee adopt the 9 incumbents. They all seem well, seem to be well qualified to me. I haven't heard anything bad about the committee at all.
It's a great committee and they really work well together. So,
Okay. So if I could get them, I looked at the clerk for this, but what I'd like to see is if someone will make a motion to that effect. And then we'll decide on Councillor Chappelle, seconded by Councillor Doherty. And Councillor Stroud, are you looking for a question? Go ahead.
I want to make a comment. So it's important for the committee to be aware, I'm sure you are, but just maybe we'll state publicly for anyone that's still watching here at the 5-hour mark. So this committee, we were told at the beginning, and that was 4 hours ago, that it gets reappointed every year. So to not reappoint incumbents with 15 public spots and natural attrition that happens, if we excluded any incumbents, here we have 9, so 6 incumbents actually chose to drop off voluntarily, and 9 are determined to continue, which is 2/3.
Yeah.
So, and
I
if
follow your logic anyway. Yep.
I'm just saying what we're all thinking out loud, so that for the members of the public. So with 2/3 of the incumbents reapplying, if we were to not pass this motion to reappoint the 9 incumbents, we would be risking having a majority of new members, and it's a yearly appointment. And with the learning curve, you can imagine, and the disabilities on top of that, you can imagine what that would do to this committee. So I really think, unlike other committees where we have done this, on this one, it is actually very important. It is the most important committee that we have to maintain a high percentage of incumbency and institutional memory. So I would say I'm strongly in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is on the table, moved and seconded. Councillor Stroud has spoken in favor of this particular motion. Has anyone else got anything else to say in regard to this motion? Not seeing any comments forthcoming, I will call the vote. Who is in favor of this motion? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, so that's set. Now we have to find 6 more applicants. And we'll just do what we usually do. Councillor Neal, you can start if you wish.
yes, I'll give you my 6 picks. I took some time and read over these 2 or 3 times. Number 5, Dorothy Ann Brown. Number 12, Megan Kerrigan. Number 14, Penny LeClaire. Number 20, Nicholas Stryker. Number 21, Philip Wendt. And number 22, Janice Wilby.
Okay. Let me see now. 6. Okay. Anyone else wish to put forward their nominees for the short list? Councillor Chappelle, did you put your hand up? Okay, go ahead.
I do like some of the names that have been put forward, but I would like to put forward, these are our 5. He actually has done quite a bit of reaching out to the mayor, trying to get involved with the community. He's a certified financial accountant and will bring some great knowledge as well as diversity to the committee.
Sure. Who is that? Number 1?
Number 1.
Okay. Now, just that one?
Well, I'm still thinking about some commonalities, so I'm just seeing if there's another one that I was.
Okay, I'm just giving you a couple of minutes there. Feel like,
I think you said Penny LeClaire, right?
yes,
Okay, so
that was mentioned.
Constantine's already taken a position. You've already said Nicholas Stryker for me, so that's, yeah, so I think I've got commonalities. I think I'll be, Janice is already taken. David Williams, was he mentioned? He's an incumbent. He's already incumbent. We already got him elected. Okay, that's it for me.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilor Stroud.
I can't find Megan Kerrigan's application in my list.
It's only a couple of pages. It's 223, 224 in the printed version.
Councillor Stroud, it's on page 233 of the PDF package. You might recall she was a former Heritage Kingston member from your days as chair.
Well, that's what I thought, but I wanted to look. Okay, here it is.
Are you putting her on your list?
She's already been mentioned. I was just, yes, no, she was,
Okay.
she was good.
Well,
She
I'm
was
just keep. Yeah, go
done,
ahead.
and she was good, yeah.
Do you have anyone else?
One sec. I've lost my list now. Sorry. I can't. It's really an extra layer of difficulty to have different page numbers in the front list and from the PDF. It makes it very, very. Okay, who have we already mentioned as non-incumbents then? How many candidates do we have?
We need 6.
And how many have been mentioned? I have.
Oh, I have to go through them. It doesn't matter. Just say who you like and I'll make sure it comes up for a vote.
I don't think I have anyone that's not been mentioned and then wasn't an incumbent.
Okay.
So that's it.
Fair enough. That's fair enough.
I have 2 that have not been mentioned yet, or at least I don't think so. Janice Wilby and Matt Porter.
Okay, Janice Wilby, I gotta find her. Oh, wait, okay, at the bottom there. 22, yeah. And what's the
Matt
other?
Porter. Matt Porter?
Oh, yes. I have that on my list too. So, I knew this would be a problem. There's a lot of really qualified people, and the difference between them is slicing the ham pretty thin. So, I'm tempted to leave off people because I just trust the other people's committee's judgment. Otherwise we're gonna have a long vote, but maybe it's simpler just to name them. The ones I had were number 3, Donna Bate, which I believe I'm the only one. Just a second. And number 5, Dorothy Ann Brown, but she was mentioned. Number 9, Tracy Getson Bobia. Partly because she has a son, a child, who was Easter Seal's child, and there's a number of issues with the family and all that. I thought that would be good. And Megan Kerrigan, which a couple other people have already mentioned. That seemed good. And Penny Leclerc, which will also be mentioned, and Matt Porter. So those were my 6. So I think the only way to do this is to have the vote and we'll get this done with. So you have 6 votes, correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes,
Yes,
that's
yes,
Okay.
that's correct, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I just want to be sure before we start.
Yeah, we also have to keep in mind that we do still need one member with, who identifies as
disability.
having a disability.
Yeah, I've got them marked off here. I'm pretty sure we're going to get there, but just a second. I've got to make a note here. Okay, so starting. Number 1, Azir Arafat. 1. Number 3, Donna Bate. 1. Number 5, Dorothy Ann Brown. 3. Let's go down. Number 9, Tracy Getson Bobia. Okay. 1. Let's see, number 12, Megan Kerrigan. 4. Number 14, Penny Leclerc. 5. Let's see now. Number 17, Matt Porter. 3. Okay, number 20, Nicholas Stryker. 3. Number 21, Philip Wint. 3. Number 22, Janice Wilby. Oh, 3 again. Okay, so unfortunately, that would elect 7 people. So I don't know what went on there, but I quit counting at the right time this time. So I don't know if that was arithmetically possible, but it's what happened. So the people I've got still on the list are well, first of all, Penny Leclerc is elected. She got 5, okay? And Megan Kerrigan got 4. So that would elect her. The problem is that the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people all got 3. And like I said, I don't know how that happened. So did the clerks notice anything?
I'm just looking, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
It's mathematically
Yes.
possible, Mr. Chair.
It's mathematically?
It's mathematically
Yeah.
possible. As 7 times 3 is 21. There's 6 votes each. There's 30 votes at stake, and that a couple that got more, there's still votes to spare. We just spread it out thin enough.
Okay. Now that's what I wanted to know. Okay. So thank you for that, Councillor Straub. And yeah, there were 30 votes. Okay, fair enough. So there's only one solution. Let's vote again. So we're looking at Dorothy Ann Brown, Matt Porter, Nicholas Stryker, Philip Wint, and Janice Wilby. Does anybody have anything they'd like to add to for consideration?
How many spots are left?
4.
3.
3? Oh yes, 3. Sorry, I didn't circle them. No, No, four, because everybody else got three. Okay, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 candidates with 3 votes. So
We're essentially voting one off the other.
two were elected and we needed to get 6, so we got 4 left.
Thank you for clarification. Thank you.
Four votes each.
Clarification.
We have 4 votes. Yes, exactly.
So pick one that you don't, pick one that you're not supporting and vote for the other 4 and we'll see.
Yeah, like I guess what we should do is think about dropping in our minds the person we think is the least qualified or lends the least to the committee at this time. Considerations like that. So I will start again. You have 4 votes. Try to keep, this is going to be fun. Okay, so number 5, Dorothy Ann Brown. 2, 4. Okay, that's 4. Where am I here? Number 3. Number 17, Matt Porter. 3. 2. Number.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, Councillor Chappelle, did I see you? Yes.
That is correct.
Councillor
Yes.
Chappelle raised his hand.
Oh, was there? Okay, I missed that. Sorry. I'm looking down at a certain point to write the number down, and I'm missing the odd vote here. Okay, so 4 for 17, Matt Porter. Okay. Let's see. Number 20, Nicholas Stryker. 3. Number 21, Philip Wendt. 3. Number 22, Janice Wilby. 3. Okay.
I believe that was 4, Mr. Chair.
Was it
Councillor
again?
Stroud, Councillor Doherty, Councillor Hutchison, Councillor Neal.
And? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 4. So 1, 2, 3. So we managed to elect 3 there. Would you concur, Madam?
Yes, I would say Dorothy Brown, Matt Porter, and Janice Wilby.
Yeah. That's what I would say. And so that leaves Nick, where am
I believe, Mr. Chair, that leaves you with Nicholas Stryker and Philip Wendt. Yeah,
And we had 2 candidates and 1 vote, right?
that's correct.
Right, okay. So it was between number 20 and number 21. And they're different strengths. Or, yeah, that's good enough. So, does anybody wish to speak between the 2 of them, 20 and 21? Seeing that, none at the moment. I will call the vote again, and it's number 21, number 20, Nicholas Stryker. All those in favor? 2, 3. And number 21, Philip Wendt. 2. Well, actually, that was pretty straightforward. It had to be Nicholas Stryker. Okay. All right. So there is the result for Mac. Are you okay?
I agree, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
We're finished with Mac.
Okay. So.
So before we move on to the technical reps, though, we should do a catch-all motion for all of the appointments to these committees.
Right. So can someone make that motion? It basically says we confirm, correct? We confirm the election of the applicants that were nominated tonight.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Doherty, seconded by Councillor Neal. All those in favor? Okay, and then we go to the technical reps.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Why aren't the technical reps, I can't remember, why aren't they in the
The technical reps aren't included because there's not always an application submitted with those because they're an appointment made by an agency, for example, like the, Kingston Arts Council. So it's an appointment made by them that the nominations committee ratifies.
okay. Okay, so the technical reps, we have two committees are affected. In this case, the Arts Advisory Committee. We only have one name and we're looking for two. The first one is the arts professional nominated by the board of the Kingston Arts.
Mr. Chair, I believe there was a second technical rep included with the addendum.
Oh, the addendum. Okay, I forgot about that. And who is that?
I'm just pulling up the addendum now. Their name, pardon me, I've got too many documents open on my computer. James, do you remember who that was?
Just give me 2 seconds. I somehow just made my screen quite large and can't see my email. Okay. Here we go. It is Era Macaulay or Macaulay. Did you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the name again? Sorry.
Era Macaulay.
Aaron Macaulay?
A-A-R-A Macaulay.
It's the female version of Aaron, Era.
Oh, okay. Okay. Aaron Macaulay. Okay, fair enough. So the two people are Julian Glatt and Era Macaulay. And so we just need a motion to nominate them to City Council. Councillor Chappelle and Councillor Stroud seconds. So all in favor of that? Okay, that motion. Okay. Then on the Housing and Homelessness Advisory Committee, there are, well, this answers some questions actually. There's one representative from the Community Leadership Committee, one tenant of the Social Affordable Housing Services, one representative of the Kingston Home Builders Association, and one representative of homelessness service providers involved with Community Advisory Board on Homelessness. And those people are Peter Clark, Francesca Crete, Jacqueline Collier, Tara Everett. And so Councillor Stroud, you're making the motion? Okay. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Neal? All right. All those in favor? Passes. Okay. So Madam Clerk, I suddenly went British there. Madam Clerk, do you think we're near to adjournment?
Yes, we have a few more administrative pieces to go through, Mr. Chair.
We'll just take half an hour moving through the physical copy, getting there. I'm going front to back here. Somebody should have timed this. It's probably some kind of record. Well, essentially was doing nothing. So, okay, so 7A and 7B, the business is done. 8, do we have any motions?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I think somebody was just willing to get shot there. Number 9, notices of motion. 10, other business. 11, correspondence. There is some correspondence, but we already reviewed those. Okay. Date and time of the next meeting is at the call of the chair. Actually, at the call of the clerk, but never mind. So 13 adjourn.
Don't call too soon. Okay.
What's that?
Don't call too soon.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I'll be shocked. So are you making the motion to adjourn, Councillor Neal?
I am between steps.
And who wants to second this? Councillor Stroud. Okay. All those in favor.
Can I speak to the motion? I'd like to speak to the motion.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Motion
like
to
to-
adjourn is not debatable, Councillor Stroud or Councillor Chappelle.
Okay, I just want to make a closing compliment to my fellow colleagues who slugged this out. This was not
Yeah.
fun doing this over Zoom, and I especially want to applaud the outstanding effort of our clerk tonight, Janet. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Outstanding work. Thank you.
It was not the easiest, and we appreciate it. And to James and to Elizabeth, who's silently working in the background there.
So
So-
on behalf of all three of us, we appreciate your positive feedback.
Right, because frankly, that's all I got out of this meeting. Okay. One statement. Okay, so thank you, everyone. Oh, we have to vote. Okay, this meeting will never end. Okay, all those in favor, throw up your hands. Okay, thank you. Thank you to everyone. And